designed to divide countries, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, I've got all the thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people, but it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you. This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things had changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a baby cap. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And those days, used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And to get hot, I got hairy legs that turn, blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. The
fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. That saved billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Does nothing to tackle the number one job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a three-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talk about it. But what happened was they said, come back in your 40s, son.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion, $1.4 trillion. It's hard to even say it so much.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent.
I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts. him go. Let him go. Look, the reason I'm running is because I've been around a long time and I remember those emotions, and I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape on, let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do. Damn liar, man. That's not true.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years.
Will you ever run for political office again?
No. I know I'm called middle-class Joe. It's not meant as a compliment. Means I'm not sophisticated.
We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over fact.
Senator Biden, words have in the past gotten you in trouble. Words that were borrowed and words that some found hateful. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times said, in addition to his uncontrolled verbosity, Biden is a gaffe machine. Can you reassure your voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes. My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in going his spreading of racism, the way he deals with color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We've had racists, and they've existed, they've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it. Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people. But it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Hello. How y'all doing? We're back once again. Yeah, what's been going on? My hair's very frizzy today. I don't know why. Well, I recorded a QA episode this morning, which was good. We did it on the Rapture stuff. So that'll come out soon. Yeah, that'll be fun. But I didn't count already at 1. I forgot to reset it. Sorry, I'm stun locked. Yeah, that was a very funny. I posted that exchange on Twitter. My Livik. Oh, it's very possible. TwitchCon losing its streamers? Yeah, that's interesting. I can't say that I have ever wanted to go to TwitchCon, I'm gonna be honest. The second I realized that TwitchCon, like, even though you're a partner, you don't get to go for free, I was like, fuck this. I'm not going to this bullshit. That's so I'm not going to this bullshit. I shouldn't have to pay for a ticket. Like, I am your employee. You are employing me. Shouldn't you be paying me to go? Like, I thought that was the appeal of TwitchCon, was you go to your streamers. You go to see your streamers. Like, what is it like? Otherwise, what? It's like a con to go and talk about how much you like Twitch. Who would go to that? But yeah, I can't imagine how bad the security stuff is. I mean, especially probably for me, let's be honest, that would probably not be. More like a con, exactly. Lunch Enjoyer, thank you for the raid.
Oh, it's okay, I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
So yeah, I'm not going to TwitchCon. It's also in, you know, the United Snakes of America. So, no use doing that. I actually probably think it's fine for me to travel into America. The Patrick situation is crazy. I'm not up to date on the Patrick situation. Why is there was a Penguin Zero video? Maybe don't chance it. It's fine, especially like if you fly in, because then they do customs in Canada, because Canada is basically America. It's very revealing. Like whenever you go to an American or Canadian Freudian slip airport, There's domestic, international, and America. Like, those are the 3 sections you go through. The people who go through the, go to Britain have to go through a different fucking thing then. It's very strange. It's very unusual. I thought that this was how it worked for, like, everything, which, as a kid, I guess this doesn't make sense. Like, when you go to America as a Canadian via flight, you get cleared through customs, and then there's, like, a part of the airport that is, like, legally America. You can, like, duty-free stuff. And you're, like, legally, in America, and then the plane, when it lands, it goes into a domestic area. And I just assumed, like, I don't know, there was, like, also, like, a legally Cambodia and, legally India, legally Nigeria. But no, of course not. It's a specific relationship with America. Is there new Benny Johnson cruising stuff? Is there a new one? Oh, I don't think so. You got my hopes up. Benny Johnson is so awesome. He's got, like, the, like, Hag Lavender marriage where, like, his wife knows that he, like literally you can't leave him alone in, like, the men's bathroom. Like, he's gonna start tapping under the stall instinctively. That's, like, I feel like that's, like, a return thing. Like, we don't get those sort of guys anymore. In, like, American conservative politics. He's got to be on Sniffies. He's got to be on Sniffies. You can't take him anywhere. He's crazy. Exactly. God forbid men have hobbies. It's better than being on that damn phone. Honestly. Oh, kids always on their damn phone. That is like my Serbian grandpa was always concerned about me being on my damn phone whenever I would visit him. It was so fascinating because he's like conservative Serbian, like vaguely religious, although like not really. I remember one time I was staying with him a couple years ago, and he like warned me about. He's like, you gotta watch out about this this smallpox stuff.
A brown bear?
Oh no, so this monkeypox thing. It's really concerning. Like, have you considered getting a vaccine? Sharks on Couches, thank you for the Prime. Which is like a little bit homophobic, but like probably a good advice anyways for me. I am vaccinated for monkeypox. I will say, I am vaccinated for monkeypox. So they let you do it. They let you do it if you're a woman. If you ask nicely, that's definitely why.
Is that a brown bear?
Richards, thank you for the Prime. So maybe that's my grandfather position on Benny Johnson. At least his hobby is cruising for gay sex and not being on that damn phone. Do you know what I mean? I'm on Twitch. I used to stream a lot more on Twitch, but I am streaming more recently. And I have a proper schedule now. I'm not... I was late today, but I have an excuse. I was recording an episode. And you can't get the QA boys. They like to sleep in, folks. They can't do the 10 a.m. podcast recording. Me, I'm up early. I'm like that fucking TikTok guy who's splashing his face or whatever. Lead Rose, thank you for the 2 splashing his face at 3 in the morning. I'm ready to go. Is there more? Is this recent though, or is this? I made out with Benny Johnson in an empty dressing room at BuzzFeed Hotel because he was a BuzzFeed guy, right? BuzzFeed holiday party in 2013. Butt come out of the closet. The Dallas ICE shooter used anti-ICE messaging. Okay, yeah, this is something I do have to talk about. Because it's like, okay, parapolitics guys won. You got this one. You win this one. This one is like, come on. You can see also that there's like, it's engraved on these ones as well. It's a clip, not a magazine. The gun people, it's like, I'm imagining the gun person who sees all the discourse around this and he's like, fucking time to go, guys. Time to go, guys. That's a fucking clip. Yeah, so the original story was like there was anti-ICE engravings. And then we didn't realize, like, it turned out that it's not an engraving as well. It's blue pen. But it just says anti-ICE. Yeah, this is yeah, this one, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's Black's rule, exactly. I do like the bake that it was that they saw all the news about the real engravings in the real story that isn't, you know, you don't reasonably have, there's not enough of a holes in the story to reasonably doubt with the Charlie Kirk thing. And they're like, engravings, huh? Well, in that case, we can just like spin the story. Unless an FBI agent does just like have the sauce and he's like the furry FBI agent assigned to Tyler Robinson. Yeah, this is like the dumbest. Also, there's a hype train coming if you'd like to contribute. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect to your Twitch account and get a free subscription you can use on me. Or you can subscribe, otherwise much appreciated. I like the idea of like the dumbest fucking FBI agent, like the okay boss, whatever you say boss. The anti-ice, okay boss. Yeah, I got told to, that is like the I saw a tweet that was like the most literal FBI agent in all of history. Oh yeah, Daniel Smith going on with Santa Claus for the puberty blocker ban. Yeah. That's another thing is there was we can talk about the Republican Party of Alberta, because Albertans made a secessionist party called the Republican Party so they can vote for the Republicans. Chelsea, thank you. And
you want me to inscribe something good, boss?
Exactly. And Nessim Dorma, thank you.
I am gay.
If you're reading this, you're pro-ice. Yeah. All right, there's the hype train. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Nope, I clicked it again. Here it is. Alberta's Texas coded. Yeah, they literally have the 10-gallon hat. They're a part of the same like step. Like it's the same biome. If you'd like to subscribe, we have lots of cool emotes. It's much appreciated. Such as the lizard, etc.
Oh, it's okay. I'm
Truthy Trap Lord, thank you again for the 10 gift subs. Thank you so much. We love to see it. Thank you. We love to see it. Thank you. What if it's like Mississippi or Montana? Probably. I think culturally they want to be.
I am gay.
Toast Spirit, thank you. Yeah, so the FBI line is they're like, well, it was a guy who was trying to shoot ICE people, but then accidentally opened fire on a bunch of detainees. Atriel, thank you. Thank you for the prime. This is called Income Tax Return by Petit Belleville. It's in Chiac, which is like a...
I am gay.
I think a Creole of Adobe Cult. Thank you. I can't remember if I already said that. A Creole of English and French. You too old to be here? I don't think so. I think there are plenty of people at that age on Twitch. I think that's a normal age. We had Linda for a while who was like, this is an Unk stream. You want me to, I can link this. Linda was like a lot old. That was the lib boomer lady. The Democrat who came from QA. I miss Linda. I wonder what Linda's up to. That's a normal age though. Don't worry about it. Yeah, thanks again to Armed Forces of Yemen / drug dealer. Houthi Trap Lord is what like Chapo Trap House would have been named if it was started today. HHHHRHHH. Thank you. That's your one. We love to see it. That is funny. I feel bad for I mean, everyone has like heard the name Chapo Trap House so many times that they like don't process what it is. But I do feel bad being stuck with that. You know, like that sucks. Why am I Canadian? I don't know. Yeah, I call it Chapo Crap House. That is the coolest type of guy. Is the person who like...
I'm gay.
Salahu? Thank you. It's like, I didn't realize the type of guy existed until like one of the former mod, now normal person, May, her like dad was like a guy who was like 50, who's a lib, who like hated Chapo Trap House. Who was like really against Chapo Trap House. He was so mad about, like, it's like, that is like kind of a person of a bygone era. I feel like that type of culture war thing was very like Trump won. I don't know if they exist anymore. That's a little bit, you know, like Japanese soldiers still fighting after 20 years. Make our live coast, yeah. QA is like a normal name. I think we were fine with. Yes, the dirtbag left stuff was so awesome. It's so cool how much the Dems were obsessed with the dirtbag left or whatever for so long, and then now they're just like, yeah, we need to appeal to like evil right-wing men. Like that's our pivot now. It's like we need Theo Von watchers. Like that's how we win. It was like, sure, fuck it, why not? Sure. Sure, like... It's almost like that never mattered. And it's funny, the answer is like, basically is Ron Mamdani. Who does well among like... People were getting mad at me about this because I said like Ron Mamdani is the answer to the like, you know, Joe Rogan of the left stuff of like how to engage like what, because one of Mamdani's, I think maybe like the best demographic for Mamdani in the run-up election, which I'm blanking the name for now, was white men. It was a dudes rock election. Thank you for the hype train, everyone. It was a dudes rock election. And I was saying like, well, this is the antidote. It's someone charismatic like this, who's an Instagram guy and not a Twitter guy. That's really important. The Twitter leftist campaign guys fucking sucked. All of the ones that I have been mutuals with at some point, you know, like the Joshua for Congress was a complete failure. It was the Instagram reels. Like that's the very important distinction. But like that seems to be a pretty strong way. You know, a lot of that is just like his charisma. But I think I don't think his politics hurt. I really don't think they do for that demographic, honestly. Especially in like how he presents the cost of living discourse. I think that works fine for the white men that the Democrats want to win over. And people yelled at me and they were like, "Oh no, but that was in the primary, you know, like men who are voting in the Democratic primary aren't the same as like the white men doing that aren't the same as like regular white men." And then like the polling, it's just like, no, like white men do like it's Ron. He does better generally compared to other Democrats. And I mean, he really is. He's like a Democrat now, unfortunately. Like he's doing victory laps and being like, by the way, also, you know, the defund the police stuff. I'm not. By NYPD is not an inherently racist institution. Which I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what's going on here. It seems like you already won, and you probably don't need to do that now. Oh, this is so beast mode.
Of Turkey. Unfairly, as it turns out. Rigged election, you know, he knows about rigged elections better than anybody.
Beast mode.
When I was in exile, we were still friends. That's always a good way to find out, test a friendship. But
he's so awesome, dude. It's so fucking baller. That's so fucking baller. What is the Erdogan expression?
Better than anybody. But when I was in exile,
just hold the expression you had. That's good. That's a good reaction. People are saying, you know, like he doesn't have the sauce anymore. You know, because like the thing about him, oh, he can be a stand-up comic. You know, it's kind of dumb, obviously, but I think he still has it. He might have it in a different way now, like it's like more absurd. And I would imagine Trump's impression of himself is that he is literally invincible. Like when he was literally just saying like, you know, RFK is going to be a lot safer about this. I don't have to. Don't take Tylenol. Like using the brand name, not even the drug. Like I think he just does think he's invincible. Because he was like, oh, I'm going to jail. I'm fucked. And then he just won and he's like, well, I guess nothing bad can happen to me now that I'm president. So that's probably not a good attitude. He's kind of right. Yeah, like he's not like necessarily wrong. He's not necessarily incorrect about that, unfortunately. America is like an insane, evil institution. It has insane, evil political institutions. Like the amount of power the president has is like a little absurd. Like I know in like was that during the July monarchy? I can't remember which period in France. The first half of the 19th century, or in a certain part of the first half of the 19th century, there was a political coalition in parliament between the monarchists, like the Party of Order, which was between the monarchists and then the Republicans that were pro-America Republicans. The ones who wanted an executive office that was strong enough that they didn't ally themselves with the Republicans. They were like, no, we are closer. It is a very peculiar country, peculiar political institution. Yeah, just the president cannot do anything wrong. It's so crazy that fucking Brazil, literally Brazil has a stronger democratic institution than America. How long did they put away Bolsonaro? How long did they put him in the gulag for? He's going in the gulag.
I am gay!
Zero? Thank you for the prime. 20, 30 years? Like, they cooked him. I haven't seen any updates on that, because surely that's like... Surely the military isn't happy about that, right? I can't imagine the military is like... Oh, also, do you want to see something really funny? This happened, I think, today, a couple hours ago. This is maybe the funniest follow I've ever received. People were calling me a lib. Have been calling me a lib. Which probably just means I should start talking about Marxism on the timeline more again. Because, like, I've been a Marxist for literally... How long has it been? It's been more than a decade of my life. I don't really talk about it on Twitter anymore, especially because, like, there just isn't... Marxology Twitter is just gone. Same with, like, just a lot of, like, theory Twitter in general. Like, everyone just isn't on Twitter anymore because it's Twitter. It's the Elon Twitter. Everyone is left. Regime Enjoyer is keeping the flame going, and I respect Regime Enjoyer for it. For doing deep Marxology on Twitter. But this is this one, it's like, okay, I don't know this lady who I feel like I'm not mixing her up with another lady, right? Like, this is the lady who went on the fucking at the DNC and was like, if you're not on the if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, and it's like, just clearly about Palestinian genocide. Or, it doesn't even matter if it's not about it. It's like, it is about it. Because you very overtly are participating in a institution that is shutting out literally any Palestinians, even the Palestinians who are like, I'm happy justifying the actions you like. They're like, no, fuck you. I wonder what did it. Do you think that she followed me because of my? Do you think she saw this tweet and she was like, "That's baller." Shauna Black has tea on her. That's Oomphy. He's cool. I like him. I want to know. I want to know now. Maybe I'll message him. Yeah, she thought this was hilarious. Yeah, this is a really funny. This is a funny moment in my life. She agrees with the Passoid quote retweet. Yeah, I was just like walking in Vancouver, and a guy came up to me. Update. I don't even know what this is an update for. Dallas ICE shooter hated the government and wanted to incite terror by killing federal. So they're just like going with this now. Oh man. We'll read the Ken Klippenstein thing. Because it's I like a profile of the shooter who was not. This is not leftist political violence. Like the Tyler Robinson, the official narrative, like it's pretty. It's not. He's not a lefty, but it's like a left liberal. You know, it's the dog girl day afternoon stuff. And this is a pretty clear indication. You know, a situation where that's not true. I think the feds are just like, we're on a roll. Like, we're untouchable. We can do whatever the fuck we want. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, he shot the detainees, and the Fed line, I guess, is that yeah, the okay boss, the classic. That's good. The Fed line is that he missed or whatever. Yeah, this is like at the level of the like Israelis who are like, we just found this Mein Kampf in this like bombed out house of this family. Which really, you know, if you think about it, just, you know, it's like ridiculous. You know, we were searching for the woman's panties, the one we just like expelled, and we found this copy of Mein Kampf, which justifies all of the stuff we were doing. It's it's at like that level. This one, I don't think. I mean, look, if a plurality of people thought the Tyler Robinson thing was done by a right-wing guy, like the notices bulges, like people's takeaway was that was right-wing violence, like this is not gonna work. It might, like, I mean, they're going, like, in terms of the court of public opinion, like there's no fucking shot that the headline about like guy shoots ICE detainees actually hated ICE and thought that the detainees were a part of ICE or something, that like it's in the name, ICE detainees. I can't say I care too much about the new Avatar movie, although I guess I do love women who are blue, so maybe I should get into it. I didn't watch the new one, or the old one, like the one a couple years ago. Gay! Bargle, thank you. You are gay, makes you think. Anyway, yeah. I was gonna say about this before the other stuff. The Chase neighbor in Vancouver is literally just all of Vancouver. I hate to tell you. He just like walked up to me and like he put his hand out to like shake. I was just like on a walk. And he like asked me how my day was. I was like, it's fine. You know, where are you from? I was like, around here. Then he was like, what? I don't think he's honestly, I think he was fucking with me. This is my read now. Because I texted him like, I'm sorry. Or I messaged him like, I'm sorry, this is a bit too much for me. And he just said, good. And then I said, good? And he was like, yes. So I don't think... He's like a ESL Persian guy. Who's very good. He's a very good looking man. Like, I don't normally say yes when someone asks me out on the street. I think he was fucking with me after I came out to him or whatever. I don't know, it's hard to say. Was it Mersham? Yeah, exactly. It was the Come Town bit guy. That's why Montreal's better. You're saying that there are less chasers in Montreal? I was in Montreal for a week. I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. I think you're incredibly wrong. I'm too nice for strangers. This is someone who lives around me. I don't. And yeah, this is the like straight man calculus. Is like, I need to know if it's bigger than mine. It has to be smaller. Is like really fucking funny. I think that's so funny. This killed me. Your thing is like so cool. This is why I don't say yes to... Well, usually I'm like... This is especially funny because usually men who pick up, like... Who are interested in me outside of dating apps, whether it's like a mutual friend in a context where it's not being talked about, or it's like some sort of activity or someone on the street, usually I'm like, sorry, I have a dick. And they're like, oh, okay, I'm not interested anymore. No, thank you. I think it's about a 1/3 that they're into it. They're fine with it. So that's why this was so surprising. Am I straight? Sometimes. Yeah. So I don't know. I thought this was... It's good for the self-esteem, I guess. He came up to me. It's weird. It's a comment. Whenever a guy like hits on you and then you're like, sorry, I have a dick, and they're like, sorry, I'm not into you. It is like a self-esteem booster. In like a weird way. He asked for my this is Instagram. He asked for my Instagram. Just like on the street. Are you happy with the personality types to the 1 and the 3rd? I can't say I'm happy with 3 of the 3rd in a certain sense. No, yeah, he didn't know me. He just went up to me. It's usually white guys. POC men don't give a... I actually do think that's true. There's a lot of Persian men in Vancouver, and they usually don't care. that has been my experience. Persian and Turkish men, I will say they don't care usually. Dumbass is really nice and flirty. I think he's just DSL. I don't know. But anyway, that's a preview into my silly little life. My quirky little life on Twitter. Komani pilled? Exactly. Exactly. DSL? What does that mean? They can sense my Ottoman energy. Well, if they're Persian, you would think they wouldn't want to sense my Ottoman energy. You'd think that would be a bad thing. I find that like Serbian men are very similar. It's a very similar type of gender to like Turkish or Persian, or like Arab men. There's just this like weird arbitrary line of like, well, one group is white and one isn't. So this idea that like the cultures are completely, one's Christian, one's not. That these cultures are very antithetical, but they really aren't. Like if you know how to deal with Serbian men, you know how to deal, you know what I mean? This kind of a similar, at least especially in comparison to like WASP men. This is not racist. This is culture. I'm talking about a culture being similar. Which makes sense because they're in the similar region and we're a part of the same worlds for a very long time. I guess it's not a surprise. Other group that is conquered by Ottomans, similar to each other. And also a little bit to the... Is the Discord link expired? That's so annoying. I don't know why it's doing that. That's so annoying. My custom Discord link keeps expiring. And we have to like remake it. I will have to ask the mods about that. Let me invite people. Never. Here you go. I think I did make the invite permanent. Well, it's a custom link, so it doesn't have those like settings. Anyways, I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll look at it after the stream. Discord something broken, yeah. Discord, you know, all it knows is breaking and then giving all the information to the feds. It can't do anything else. That's the only thing Discord is capable of doing. I really liked all the discourse. Like, I feel like having a big Twitter account, you just have to like turn off the part of your brain that cares about being perceived. Like, it's like funny to me now. The quote tweets to that, I guess I should have expected that, are like insane. Like this one's fascinating. Just like the context. The purpose of cultural Christianity is that the wayward sinners who repent are generally men who get drunk or sleep with a few women, not sodomized, chemically castrated drug addicts in animal costumes. This should never expire. Thank you. Do you know why the custom one is expiring apparently? Because that's happened before. This just doesn't seem like it relates anything at all to the thing that I was talking about. But thank you for the input. You got a lot of this. I don't know. I can't remember what this guy's deal is. Is this chick trans? No, she's Serbian. That's so true. Don't worry about it. I don't know what other stuff. What other group of insane people that I have subjected myself to by putting my life in the panopticon can I make content out of? There was a cool one. This one was cool. I'm convinced she's transphobic because why would you even try with people like this instead of dating another password or something? Sorry. I like apologizing to people on Twitter. It's really fun. Oh, I got the Taftash follow. The Taftash follow is cool. That's great. Password? Don't worry about it. Someone was saying that Taftash is like my Wario, which I think is funny. I have to set to expire after a certain amount of days. I have it set to expire. Oh, okay. Under the link, there should be something that says edit the link. Okay. Who is she? The reply to her tweet. Yeah. Taftaj is like brainworm final boss. I'm not committed to saying trans women are women per se, but I do believe they deserve straight boyfriends who look like Henry Cavill. Thank you, Taf. Thank you, Taf. Like that is a person, I feel like usually when people have brainworms, I will say like it's I think that's really hard to get over. And like anyone who hasn't experienced it, you know, you don't get like having a social reinforcement of like you don't look the way that you want to look. And therefore I don't see you as a human being just like repeatedly is like really difficult to get over. But like I do think for her it's a skill issue. I think at that point, like she was saying that she looks like a man and like cis women were getting really offended because they're like, you are more feminine than me. But you don't have to worry about it if you don't know. If you don't know about this lore, you don't have to worry about it. Oh, was Slavar Zizek saying 6'7"? Did you enjoy DC? Is this like I'm a fed? Is that what you're saying?
is 6, 7. I'm old. So that all of a sudden there is 6, 7 p.m. and I didn't do anything. While my wife at that point said...
We're back. We're so back. I thought he was talking about the meme itself. And I was really excited to hear the Slavoj Žižek, the washed Slavoj Žižek 6'7". Because, like, Slavoj is so washed, culturally speaking. I think it was really after, like half a decade ago, where he started being like, I am anti-immigration. And, like, people started hating him. Like, the people who would platform him as, like, oh, it's the quirky, you know, like, no longer did that. So now he has to just be like, he has to just like talk about the most recent meme. You know, he has to go on like the Red Scare podcast because that's the only people who will like I could get a Slavoj interview. I truly believe I could get a Slavoj interview. Which is not saying, like, I'm not saying I'm a big, I'm just saying that that's where he is. I'm saying the opposite. Would I ask him? Probably something about fucking Deleuze. I don't like his reading of Deleuze. Maybe I changed my mind about that, actually. Because what, like, the Slavoj thing about Deleuze is that, like, his earlier stuff is good, but then he gets this, like, nefarious, like, vitalist influence from Guattari. I can't remember. Anyways. He should be talking about 6'7". I'm not beating the Fed posting allegations. Wait, why? What did I do this time? What did I do this time? Is it I do think that's really funny, man. I used to say that I was a Fed ironically. Liking postmodernist? Well, I'm saying I don't like him now. That's the thing. People calling me a lib, they should have called me a lib like half a decade ago when I was on Twitter talking about how Deleuze's reading of Marx is cracked. Like that's Fed, that's lib shit. I did that for like 2 years and then I started reading more Adorno and I was like, no, this is the one that's correct. I just need to post more newsletters where I do Marxist stuff. It's fine. The analysis, my worldview has not changed. I remain a Marxist. I've read all 3 volumes of Capital. Anyway. I can show you the spines. I can post the spines. Would you recommend reading Adorno? Yeah. I do like the culture industry book. That's a good collection of Adorno essays. It's Adorno on the culture industry. If you care about like, I feel like that's Adorno. It is most interesting for me is his cultural criticism. Favorite Zizek talk?
It is said that as long as you cut off the scalp of a little yellow duck so as to invert it and put it onto...
I love the AI slop Zizek stuff. Remember Louis Fennell? Yeah. My favorite guy who was mad at me when my name was Livy Fennell was someone who said that was digital blackface. And then I should rename myself to Livy Trudeau.
The drill bit. This time start the drill.
I got my ass.
A hole in the wall. The dust produced will all be collected into the little yellow.
They really like, the funny thing about this is they really do have the voice down properly, which is like really worrying to me about how good AI voice stuff is. Because I feel like Zizek is a hard one. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know how AI voice stuff works. That's funny. They were serious. I believe that was a seriously angry person in me. Yeah, I unblocked a bunch of... I unblocked like most people on Twitter because I don't care anymore. It's like whatever. Whatever. Everyone can see, you know, if someone's saying something like illegal, I'll block them. I forgot about this guy. And I'm genuinely depressed, and I was like, where have I seen him? And then it's this guy. Me begging Xi Jinping to export revolution to Liu Veigar's mom's basement. This is a while ago. And I'm like, I love these guys so I can't believe I blocked these people. This is such a beautiful like type of gadfly, like, because I think I said that like Stalin saying that commodity production is socialism is actually stupid. And then Stalin betrayed the Marxist project. Something along those lines. Or I said that China wasn't communist or socialist. It could have been one of those. That's a throwback. That's a funny group of guys to make mad, because like that was before mega communism was like really a cultural... I mean, it's not a cultural thing now. It's like a fake... Their secret third thing, exactly. Dems think... Didn't you like the Kamala thing? Where she said that Trump was a communist? People, I feel like someone had a response to that where it was like her father is a communist scholar or whatever, so she should know better. Which does like make me wonder like what it's like to be raised by like a Marxist scholar. Like what portion of people who are raised by Marxist scholars come out as Marxists? Because like it doesn't work the other way around, right? Like I feel like all the Marxists are not raised by Marxists. I feel like it's a thing you got like have to decide for yourself. Yeah, Pete's dad as well. I feel like that's the thing you gotta come to yourself. A clip?
A tyrant. We used to compare the strength of our democracy to communist dictators. That's what we're dealing with right now in Donald Trump. And these titans of industry are not speaking up.
Yeah, red diaper baby to lib technocrat pipeline. I feel like that's probably very common. Cases are a bit academic. You should look at children of party members. I feel like that's actually a really interesting one. I don't know the answer to. That's a much more interesting one because it's like there's actually a political affiliation. Because yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure a lot of Marxist scholars, like your academia parents, there's like you get like a upper middle class upbringing with a lot of education. Like you're probably going to be a part of the professional class if we're like on average. Yeah, Kamala's position makes perfect sense from there. Mamdani, right. That's one where it did work. Socialist into socialist. Well, that's good. I will say I don't like being this guy. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe this isn't wrong. A lot of people are gonna not like Mamdani, I think, when he becomes like throughout his first term. You had terms for mayoralships in America, right? Like I don't predict that. I predict he becomes like an AOC figure in terms of like how polarizing. And I think it's along the exact same lines. I don't understand you with the prime. Well, the he will be Stonewall thing, it's like, what does he want to do still? What does he want to do? It sounds like he's backed off on, at least like the more radical signaling. Which to me signifies that he's like, well, I'm not fucking getting any of that done anyways. So like, why am I gonna? And he's right in the sense that it's like, well, you know, if you're on like, you know, much to the left of the Democratic Party, it's very like when a guy like Mamdani comes around who's like a once in a generation politician, or shaping up to be at least. He's already changed the calculus in the Democratic Party, I think. Oh, at least temporarily. Wait, fuck. What was I gonna say? I started thinking about the calculus, whether that claim was correct, and then I forgot. That's a Biden. That's a Biden count. Sorry, I've already been talking a lot today. That's so embarrassing. Oh, him becoming an AOC. Yeah, +1 of the Biden count. I see. That's what +1 means. I see. I thought you guys were saying that I had like a joke that was like only kind of funny. Like it wasn't quite a +2. Oh yeah, like he already knows that the much further to the left rhetoric is like not gonna be a part of like his actual accomplishments. So he's like, however much, if you're on the left, this is what I was gonna say. If you're much to the left of the Democrats, and especially in the like, I guess I could say Hassan position of trying to influence them, it's very easy to say that like his approval comes from his politics and the fact that they're so far left. I feel like that's partially the case. But then he probably also does just recognize that like certain parts of it are a liability for electoralism. Yeah, like every time he's asked about globalized intifada, his position becomes more and more moderate. And I feel like that is telling. That's why they keep asking him, because every time he's like, I was just kidding. Could it be that he's too good at getting elected? He needs to get elected, but he's gonna win, right? Am I insane? He's gonna win the next one. Like, if he won this one, he's gonna win. Like, what's my experience with Magic the Gathering? I played a couple games of it with Victoria, with Oomphy, and I beat her once. I was playing Commander with a dinosaur deck that she lent me, and I beat her. She was playing a blue deck, and I rushed her down. So I'm goated, and that's the only time I've ever played it. No, he's gonna win. Like that's what I don't understand. It's like why is moderate, like of all the times to moderate your message, you're doing it now? I don't understand what we're accomplishing. Should have gave the Hassan answer. Intifada means revolution. Exactly. She didn't tell me how to play each turn. I played a lot of Hearthstone in high school because of course I did. Of course I did. And so I like she explained the rules to me, and then I just played. She underestimated me. Felix, thank you.
A brown bear?
We can read this though. The Ice Shooter's Politics. Hunterbane? Yeah. No, more wizard. I was more wizard. But I did have a good, like, you know, like the Warlock Murloc deck. Wizard, what is her name? I don't know. Is it not Wizard? I can't remember. I don't play video games anymore. I'm a girl. Girls don't play video games. A mage, thank you. Yes, 2014 is I was 16. The deadly sniper attack on a Dallas ICE facility this morning seems straightforward, with anti-ice engraved on unused bullets recovered from the scene. But after interviewing several of the alleged shooter's former friends, the picture isn't so clear. Within minutes of the shooting, Kash Patel posted on X, while the investigation is ongoing, initial review of the evidence shows an ideological motive. Ideological is so... I didn't pick up on that. Ideological motive behind this attack. And it's, you know, anti-ice. We talked about that, you know, it's like, come on, we were not bored yesterday. President Trump responded to the shooting by blaming the radical left, vowing to sign another executive order to dismantle what he called domestic terrorism networks. I have been briefed on the deadly shooting at the, I'm not going to try to price, at the ICE facility in Texas. It is now revealed the deranged shooter were anti-ICE. This is despicable. The brave men and women of ICE are just trying to do their jobs. This violence is the result of the radical left Democrats constantly demonizing law enforcement. The continuing violence from radical left terrorists in the aftermath of Charlie Cook's assassination must be stopped. ICE officers and other brave members of law enforcement are under grave threat. We have already declared Antifa a terrorist organization, which, like, the fact... Has there been any, like, even cultural reaction to this? Like Jimmy Kimmel came back. Well, we can watch that clip of him crying. Was he saying this was bad? Like, does anyone give a fuck? Like, it's so like, American politics is so cooked that it was like, Trump won, there was like some sort of like on the ground response. There was a much more, but like, I guess the takeaway was like, for a lot of people was like, well, why do we even fucking try? It didn't do anything. He's back again. So like, let's just not protest. Yeah, did people get bored? I don't really understand. People are just like, is this like a COVID thing? Like, people are just just tired of thinking about politics. Like, people were mobilized in the first, like, during Trump 1, people were much more mobilized because it's like, oh, politics has changed and it's for the worse and you have to get out there. Which maybe, like, I would say maybe, like, peaked as like through Black Lives Matter protests, you know, and the fact that they burned down a police precinct, and then a majority of Americans were like, they should have been killing black people. Then if they don't want us to burn down the precinct, they shouldn't kill black people. And then it seemed like American political institutions like just didn't really respond to that. Like, the pressure wasn't thorough enough. I know people will blame like, oh, it's like defund the police rhetoric, or abolish the police rhetoric. And I really like am skeptical of that. I think, I mean, you know, are there moments where it's like not really explained to people very well? Because the response is like, well, if I'm in danger, like, who do I call? And then, you know, the response by activists are like, well, you have to think about the problematic position you're in to be able to, you know, which is not the response. I think for the most part, it's just the movement was like practically defanged, and so any demands that it actually had, which the demands are more concretely manifested in the actual actions themselves, I think, than like what slogan activists have decided to use. I think that's like a much more, you know, people are very focused on optics and messaging as if like that's what politics is, and not like that is the conceptual abstraction that's supposed to define the real movement of people. I can't remember why I brought this up, but Vice President J.D. Vance meanwhile says, we know that this person was politically motivated. On the off chance the shooting wasn't what it looked like, I reached out to people who knew the gunman. 29-year-old Joshua John. 3 who knew him since at least middle school agreed to speak to me on the condition that I not name them, corroborating their friendship with photos and other records. Their accounts paint the picture of someone with a vaguely libertarian bent who despised both major parties and politicians generally. This is an interesting thing as well, which is that like a lot of people do not fit within, like a lot of people are tired of culture war politics and are just like, I don't like both sides. That's like especially among Zoomers, and like I guess this is like late millennial or young millennial, like that's pretty common. He preferred edgy humor, video games. He's a TF2 shooter, isn't it? They found his Steam. He's another fucking TF2 shooter, bro. And the message board 4chan. He was which board do you think? Do we know? See, I'm like late on this one. I dropped the ball on this one. We were really up on the Tyler Robinson stuff, and then so I just haven't been streaming. TTTT. I mean, we did have a TTT poster, which was Tyler Robinson's girlfriend. Probably, I would guess R9K. This would probably be an R9K guy. That's the vibe I get just from here. Yeah, Tyler Robinson's great. Yeah, that's true. Okay, keep reading. Okay. Became increasingly steeped in as he withdrew from social life. None of his former friends believed that the anti-ICE inscription could possibly be sincere. Feeling such a serious political statement was anathema to who John was. His humor was deeply ironic. That is, honestly, like, I saw that and I immediately thought that it was, like, planted by the police or planted by the feds. That's quite the other option of him ironically doing that because he heard the Charlie Kirk thing. Is something I didn't consider. It's on a Sharpie. It's ridiculous. His humor is deeply ironic, often offensive and aggressive to the point of alienation. Quote, he was most certainly an edgelord, an irony guy. Yeah, okay, we know. Asked about the inscription on the bullet, the friend said, Josh was an edgelord who wanted someone to get blamed. I think he tried his best to write something goofy to rile people up. Oh, and then we got the screenshot. Another friend showed me a Facebook post describing how John had flooded his friend's comment section with rape jokes. Quote, playful shock humor. Yeah, this is an R9K poster. That's R9K if I've ever seen it. John's profile on the gaming platform Steam showed the vast majority of time he spent on TF2, particularly shooters. On video games, more than 6 hours on Rust, 3,000 on Team Fortress 2, and 1,000 on Left 4 Dead. 6,000 on Rust is fucking demonic. As I said on Twitter, that's like an evil shit. That's under the jail, bro. I just heard that. Not even for anything else. Under the jail. Yeah, 6 out. What the Anyway. Among the dozen or so usernames he used was one reading #impeachment. When I asked him if this wasn't a clear of his anti-Trump politics, his friend recalled the idea that he would express opposition to Trump so sincerely and straightforwardly. Instead, they saw it as part of his broader ironic persona, poking fun at anti-Trump resistance types. Let's see. Harm to ongoing matter. Yeah, it's just like unintelligible. Sam, and it's like a Sam missile or whatever. Probably from Rust, I guess. I don't know what this is. That said, one friend recalled that when Trump first came to power, John, quote, was not a fan, though he had contempt for mainstream politics in general. His friends said he had more of a libertarian bent, with one recalling an interest in the libertarian figure Ron Paul. It's that boy. This is the world's first dat boy political assassin or political shooter. Still, the friend who recounted John's dislike of Trump insisted that there was at least a kernel of seriousness to the username. If it was ironic, it's that half irony, where you're half kidding, half serious, just in case. Oh boy, do I know. He was never really into politics, especially not politicians. Another friend who had known John since age 8. He was into politics only in the 4chan sense, contrarian, provocative boundary pushing. 4chan, the anonymous message board where provocation and irony are the coin of the realm, was apparently one of Jan's favorite haunts. His abrasive humor is where his... Okay, which board? His abrasive humor is where his friends' opinions on him diverge the most, with some describing it as amusing but others as grating. Quote, I mostly stopped talking to him when he took his 4chan irony stuff into daily interactions. Oh god, he's the... Gothic girl, thank you. For the 3 months in advance, thank you. Oh man. Every mutual friend... That's so crazy. The first... I mean, certainly not the first 4chan shooter. What am I saying? Certainly not. He was becoming unbearable. Once he dropped out of college, he had no obligation to be social, and none of us reached out due to his edgelord behavior. I wasn't able to find anyone with insight into John's more recent views. Something that his friends said was unsurprising given his withdrawal from social life over the past few years. If you're having trouble finding people besides immediate family who knew him, that's part of the story. Every mutual friend drifted away over that kind of edgelord behavior. A fledgling version of John's humor appeared in the following YouTube video, since removed, from when he was a high schooler. This is like since
Hello there, Facebook user. Are you tired of scrolling through your Facebook feed mindlessly, not knowing what the heck to do with your life? Well, there's a solution to that. You can unlike all of your crappy pages. All you have to do to unlike your crappy pages that you realize you don't like anymore is
Farthington,
to go to
thank you
your
for the prime.
profile, select more, go down to likes, and simply hover over each page you want to unlike, and there you go. You will be able to unlike all of your pages in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, this is like a mental gen ass dude. It's interesting. All the stuff I said about Tyler Robinson is actually about this guy. Like, Tyler Robinson seemed like he did have just like kind of a normal life. Like, he was like an awkward guy. But like, he went outside regularly. He had friends. He had hobbies. Like, this is the guy who's like doing the spy crab walk in school.
Maybe hours, possibly, depending on how much you've used this function of Facebook. Thank you, and I...
Yeah, this is like a meme kid. Oh, can you not hear that?
Hope you like your...
No, you can't. Okay. The following audio recording of John bombing at stand-up comedy. Oh, he's the Joker, guys. He is actually... See, this is a much more millennial type of guy. Yeah, like weird millennial weird Twitter guy. Because like younger Zoomers weren't really paying attention during that like Joker cultural moment. And it drew a comparison to Unfriend to the Joker film. There you go. Yeah, exactly. And like everyone is in this circle knows that it's the bit. Everyone, you know, that's the bit. It's funny. You're like the Joker.
Hey guys, my second time doing stand-up.
Don't mention that. Don't mention that.
Alright, so I'm going to start out with talking about something pretty serious. My buddy was talking to me the other day about reality TV, and he didn't like it too much. He said reality TV should never be played on TV. And I was all taken aback, like, whoa, dude, come on. I have some extremely bad insecurity issues about myself. They constantly eat me up alive. And reality TV is a remedy for that. That's a perfect remedy. And it applies to me, so instead of going down that old money road, I just go towards MTV. Cheers up my day. It's great. You guys should all watch MTV. I like Kim Kardashian and Girl Code and Guy Code. They're great advice shows. I heard you guys, someone say something about Tinder, but I did some research on that.
Wait,
and,
where was the joke? Wait.
It's a matchmaking website, and for those who don't know, it's if you don't know how to start a fire, just go to choose Tinder.
Oh. He bombed so hard he didn't even finish the joke. Oh, you made a Tinder start a fire joke.
There's this guy named, here's some original content. I made this out of my own brain. There's this guy named Derek, and he's an avid ghost hunter. His father recently passed away, and he wanted to see if his father's ghost is still around. So he got all of his friends together, his ghost hunting friends, and his ghost hunting equipment, and he turned them on, and he's like, Father, are you still here? If you're here, make a sound. And you hear nothing. And then he said he waits about 30 seconds. Like Cat in the door, swings, flies open.
Just got here.
And,
Love this comedian. When is his Netflix special?
Okay, thank you, yeah. Very soon.
That's my late father for you. Has your girlfriend or wife or spouse ever
They're like laughing ironically.
said, honey, I'm falling apart. And you can't help but say, I know, but I don't have any sewing equipment on hand. I just can't help you. It kind of seems like your problem. I got.
This is like, yeah, Tom Myers, a comedian.
Really
Tom
scary
Myers.
cafe in France. And he didn't expect much when he came in, but when he walked out, he said, "Man, that place really gave me the crates." Some guy insisted that I listen to Nicki Minaj's new stuff. And he knew that I only liked classical jazz. And so I had to say, man, pop music isn't really my jazz, and you know that. So I knew a guy in the war, and he got his hand cut off, unfortunately, and he bled to death. And I'm trying to have some reverence here, but I can't help but think his heart was pumping in vain.
All right.
He would have went places.
He would have went places.
Thank you guys.
I do love. What am I thinking of? Is it Taxi Driver? No. It's fucked up. When are we gonna get a good stand-up who's also a shooter? King of Comedy, yeah. Because that's a great twist. Because you think it's gonna be like the biggest piece of shit ever, and then it's just like, you know, late night 5-minute. The audio from his attempted stand-up routine where he bombs now resonates uncannily with the Joker. Cream, thank you. Thank you for the 2-1. Couldn't have said it better myself, folks. Ironically, John's contempt for Trump and the major political parties have bestowed them with one of the most intensely partisan news cycles in recent memory. In this sense, the joke is on him and all of us too. So he's dead, right? They killed him. I mean, it doesn't make anything clear. It just sounds like he was, No, he killed himself. That was the ace shooter, yes. So do we know more details about like the specific arrangement? Because he opened fired on ICE detainees, right? Allegedly, I guess so. Yeah. Oh, he shot into a van. I see. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I still think like if a plurality of people thought that the person who killed Charlie Kirk was a right-wing guy, like that was the plurality opinion. That was the most common opinion in a certain survey. They're gonna think that this is also a right-wing guy, especially if it's like the detainees are the ones who died. I guess it's ambiguous. I mean, it seems like this is either just like horrific, obvious Fed shit. Or he's doing a bit, which, you know, that profile makes the he was doing a bit thing seem more possible. And of course, they're interpreting this as real. Or I don't know. Again, like, come on. Like, I don't like. What the strange thing about this to me, like, we never saw the photos of the Tyler Robinson engravings. We didn't see those photos at all. Why would you show? I mean, I guess there's no trial for this one. Maybe that's the but like, why would you show these ones? Why wouldn't you just say it's an anti-ice engraving? Because is he using the term engraving? Yeah, because that's not an engraving. That is the term they used. I guess they're fucking idiots. I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess that is probably the difference, is that this guy killed himself. But I mean, I don't think anyone is going to be convinced of this. I just don't think. Yeah, that is an option I didn't consider though, which is that he saw the Charlie Kirk stuff and he thought it would be funny if they posted, Like, he saw this post in his mind, the ice shooter, and was like, that's hilarious. With the fucking a blue pen, bro. I mean, come on. So I guess that it is ambiguous, though. Like, is there anything more conclusive to that? Than like, for like who he was aiming at. We'll just never know. That's because that seems like more of what we're used to with these political shootings, is like a guy whose politics are genuinely just kind of strange. We don't really know what he believes. Guy was suicidal, wants to take others with him. Maybe thought ICE agents were culturally more acceptable targets. Right, because he shot into a van. Yeah, I want to look at more of the intimate details. Like, did he know... Sorry, this is me having written a QA episode and not covering this as much. Did he know that he, like, only killed detainees before he died? Joshua John. I mean, I guess this one isn't... You can say, like, alleged. I don't... Are there people baking that it wasn't this guy? I mean, I guess the answer to that is always yes. Like, if I posted about this guy being the one who did the shooting on Twitter, it would garner the same response. Because like, people are always gonna bake that it wasn't the guy. What happened and where? Got a call about a shooting September 24th. At 11. 4 people were shot, 1 detainee died, and 2 others were taken to the hospital. As a sniper died from a self-inflicted gunshot, he fired indiscriminately at the ICE building from a nearby rooftop. Victims were either inside a van near the entrance to the building or nearby. Authorities, quote, found bullets throughout the entire building that had punctured into the facility. So it sounds like he wasn't aiming... I mean, I guess he's the Fed. It sounds like he wasn't aiming at detainees. Like, he was just... I mean, I guess that's the image the Feds want you to have, is that he was just aiming at the building. And then it was, you know, the use of the term indiscriminate. No police officers were hurt. Which, like, if it is the case, is just, like, insane evil. He doesn't have the 20 years Mormon training. Yeah, exactly. The exact motivation for the attack was not immediately known. Described it as politically motivated. We saw that. And I don't need a breakdown of what ICE is. I wonder how it's covered here. Lived in a... Arrested 2015 for delivering marijuana to buyers. He admitted to delivering... Okay. The charge is considered a state jail felony. He does have a chud face. That is a chud face. I didn't know he had any political intent at all. He's a young kid, 1,000 miles from home, didn't really seem to have any direction. Living out of his car? Oh, yeah. He didn't seem to fight with anyone. I mean, I guess, yeah, that is what you can glean from the situation, is he's a guy who wanted it to be a thing. He wanted it to be, like, he's like, I see the headlines. I'll just go out being one of those headlines. And it would be funny. Yeah. Yeah, that one's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I wonder, yeah, I don't know. If he was insanely ironic, I want to know what board he was posting on. Ken should have asked. Ken should have asked about the board. The Robinson Chen's roommate has also went into hiding, which, like, of course she has. That's probably a good decision by her. That's like a thing where you just change your name and disappear. And I hope she has the resources to do that. Yeah, you gotta just... Like, last name too. You just gotta change it. Do you think... I don't know if she's on witness protection. I don't know if that warrants that. Like, legally speaking. Especially in this administration. Right? I don't... Like, witness protection is a very specific thing, right? Oh, they did it to save her from going with Luna? That's crazy. They want her alive for the trial? You're probably right. I wonder if they are just, like, sheltering her or something. I don't know how it works. I'm not a Fed. Despite what you all believe, I'm not an American Fed. Seven hours on Rust. How many times do you think he called someone the N-word on Rust? Like, local chat. Did it say poll poster? That's why I thought. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Micromans. I apologize for coming out. Did it say poll? No, I don't think so. I control left. I don't think it said the board. Notice the qualifier, not an American Fed? Exactly. Exactly. Yes, Carney's CSIS is working very closely with the FBI. Vancouver Complex Apartment outside Langley. There is a Langley outside of Vancouver. It's like an hour away. She's Mossad. Yeah, I'm like a trans honeypot, like, wife, like, waiting to happen. Directorate for State Security. I fucking wish, bro. Rest in peace. I miss you, Yugoslavia. R.I.P. I'm so sad that it's not here anymore. I'm so sad. It's gonna be the stream from Live Vegas stream every time now, just speculating about the motives of a shooter. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Tonight we let the Serbia talk. Tonight we let the Rakia talk. Oh, is it PO? Did he mention the board? And you know, he preferred edgy humor, video games, and the message board 4chan. 4chan, the anonymous message board, is apparently one of John's favorite haunts. Yeah, I don't think it specifies unless I can't read. But he's like R9K phrenology, absolutely. That's a man who posts R9K. Or like... Oh, someone's accusing the comments. I see. Hated the U.S. government wanted to incite terror by killing federal agents. I mean, it's pretty, like, the feds have enough to run with that narrative, I guess. Could have been B, it's possible. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's B. Like, he doesn't even want to post on R9K. He wants to post on the board where, like, people just, like, post poop all the time. Like, you go on that board and then half the posts are just, like, photos of poop for some reason. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on with the history of that. And it's, like, one specific guy who's, like, eating the poop. I mean, maybe he posts on poll a bit to, like, yell at people and be edgy. But he does seem like it's R9K. I'm not going to speculate on his politics. I'm speculating on the board he posts on. How do I know this about the poop? I mean, how do you think I know it? I'm not posting. I cannot say that I'm posting poop. No, he's certainly not a 196 guy. No. No, it is my job to know what insane, weird things people are saying on the internet. Or it is part of it. That is my excuse for why I go on those weird places. Is R9K just in Cellport? I feel like if you had to make one for when that was like a big, much more popular thing. Am I doing pro bono psyops? That's exactly it. Just for the love of the game. I
am gay!
We know you know, thank you. Yeah. Anyway. To quote Candace Owens, doesn't she love calling things fake and gay? She wants to be like an internet edgelord so badly. She's too normal though. She's a fake cell. The comic book is a slog. Oh god. I'm like, the funny thing about that is like it's not even like, she clearly is not written. Like, there's a ghost author, obviously, and then, like, I don't even know if she knows what's in it. Like, the way she was talking about it in interviews. Yeah, like, she hasn't even fucking read it. She's like, give me something I can use to springboard into, like, trying to be a candidate in 2028. Audiobook is narrated by AI. Oh, is it, like, her reading it? Because, like, 1000% it's AI. 1000%. Why not? There's no rules. That's the thing about Kamala, is that like if a thing requires her to do well in like a public forum where people vote for a candidate, like she's not, especially at the national level, maybe in like California she could get the like nomination. But like 2020, like she's cooked. Nobody, like, even with the prestige now of like all of the pro-dem, you know, like the dem blue and on people who are like, you know, loyalty to the Democratic Party and whatever it says, like even that like amount of dem propaganda like it's not gonna make her more memorable than just being the person who lost somehow harder than fucking Hillary Clinton. I don't think the Dems will nominate her. I think she just won't do well. If it's a real race, she's not going to do well. I mean, like, there's a reason why, like, Obama and others wanted it to be like a real proper, you know, like 68 convention to decide, like, who's the Dem nominee. Because they're like, not this lady. Like, yeah, it'll be a 2019 repeat. Because she didn't even have a 2020 campaign. She lost before that. And like the only reason she was vice president is because Biden was like, it's like the opposite. Like the only reason Biden became president and vice president was because Obama was like, we need the oldest, whitest man as your VP to like make people not scared. And then like when the reason Kamala was VP was like the opposite of that. It's like, fuck, we have Biden. It's like a hilarious line of like Dem incompetency leading to like a position in national politics. Yeah, I don't think that she works in a... I actually disagree with the stuff about like America would never elect a woman. I do think that like the two women they've picked as candidates have just been very incompetent. I mean, you know, it probably doesn't help being a black woman candidate. I'm assuming that does not help. I think that people were more... I think people emphasize that as a reason more than is probably... Yeah, especially being a career prosecutor. I don't know. I guess I don't know. I don't know if that's an empirical question at all. Yeah, I do like the come down bit about like how much like white Hillary women would lose their minds if the first woman president was a black woman. Do you think Hillary was happy that Kamala lost? Like, do you think at some, like, she must have been at some level, she was like, I told you. I told you. It's not just me. It's not just me. Like, she has to live through someone else being the first woman president. Yeah, I guess it is Hillary Clinton. The butcher of Libya, as they should call her. There was over the moon she lost the popular vote, probably. It's like she made like the inverse of the "we did it" Joe. Like she was just like so fucking stoked. Remember that? Remember the "we did it" Joe as like the announcement? God, that was so sauceless. I love that Biden world has like broken with Kamala now. It's like, yeah, she wasn't appealing. She wasn't, you know, conciliatory enough to us. And it's like, she should have purged every single one of you immediately. Like, even if you don't have a campaign, it's better than that campaign. Yeah, I guess the book she was blaming Biden, right? Because I guess she's like, I never want to work with any of these assholes again, which is the correct decision in terms of Alex Jones sporting the Hitler stash and brown coat. I cannot say that I saw that, but I would love to see it. To quote one Blair White, I would love to see Alex Jones right now. You really wanted attention today? The one conspiracy theorist who's desperate for attention. YouTube has shut down, I don't know, I searched Alex Jones. Shut down the newly created channels of Fuentes and Alex Jones. That's interesting. Still against the rules for previously terminated users to start new channels. That's so funny. They're like, look, listen, it's not because of politics. Blair White deal trade. Yeah, I actually can't remember what the... I'm officially joining the Democratic Party of today. In celebration of their wonderful work, I have to adopt a new hairstyle. Many people stopped wearing toothbrush mustaches because Hitler had worn one. Some few took it further and stopped wearing mustaches together. It's funny how everyone draws different lines on what exactly was discredited. Me personally, I stopped. Anyways. Yeah, this is great. This is like that one friend who's desperate for attention. That was funny. Remember, people were getting. Maybe my most insane mutual is Radfem Hitler, who I can't remember why she followed me, but people were getting really mad at me for following her, and it's like, do you guys think that I am following Radfem Hitler because I like her and agree with her politics? Like, I don't like just for 1 second the thought of like, I don't know. I don't like. Like, do we believe that Radfem Hitler is endorsed by Levegar? Colleague at the Bureau, exactly. Okay, I'm so fascinated
All
by...
right, Sean Johnson's over here at my house. We were going to work out today, but I had a bunch of stuff going on. And right before he got here, as we were going to hike, a lot of people say I'm a villain. In fact, they say I'm the most evil man in the world.
So he's like pretending to be Hitler?
Unsere Flagge zum Symbol des deutschen Volkes und Reiches erhoben.
And I gotta say, being resurrected here in the early part of this 21st century, and to see the world that we're in today.
Guns.
You know, it was my idea to create the European Union. We were going to put Edward VIII, the King of England, on the throne. He was actually royalty from the Austrian-Hungarian Empire. They got broken up after World War I.
This is a killer bit, by the way. I think Alex Jones should move on to sketch comedy.
Of course, I was in World War I. And due to the incredible science that we developed in Germany in 1944, time teleportation, I am now back with you here in the year 2025. And I can tell you, though, I don't really believe in Western values and freedom. I believe in raw force and power and control. And that's why I'm endorsing Governor Gavin Newsom for president in 2028.
Goated.
All of you who...
I do love, because, you know, Alex Jones will try to do, like, I guess, like, history of philosophy. History of ideas. He'll try to... I don't endorse Western values. I endorse raw brute force.
Want to truly be strong. Need to support a leader like him that could set up the conditions with such precision to burn down the most valuable real estate in the world and then take control of it in an emergency himself and take the property from the people and announce a plan to build a 15-minute UN city.
I like the UN. I want to live in a UN city. A 15-minute UN city? Yeah, this is like really sauceless.
He did.
Like, is he not recording at the studio because he lost it? Like, he's at his own house now?
Raw. I've got to say, I really want you all.
These are like all of the, like, right after COVID started. All of the talk shows, like, just like, they did them at the guys, you know, they did them at, like, you know, I guess not Jon Stewart.
To support Ursula von der
Stephen Colbert's house.
the unelected dictator of the EU.
Battle lines for a new world order based on power are being drawn right now.
I want you.
It's because she said New World Order. Which, I mean, I guess, yeah, if you're a part of the EU, you should probably not say the phrase New World Order. That's probably not... Yeah, next up, the clues.
I want you to support Xi Jinping. I want you to support the Democratic Party and the dictator of Venezuela, Maduro. As fascism...
That's a killer axis, is the Democratic Party, Xi Jinping, and Maduro, and Hitler.
Rises worldwide. I want you to bow before the ADL. And I want...
And the ADL, of course. I do agree that Hitler would have loved the ADL.
Support the destruction of...
That's what I call Big Tent politics. All of you fucking, you far leftists unwilling to compromise. But look at the tents that the right is making right now. That's why they're getting shit done.
Speech. Because that which stands against the state is hate. And just as the great Hakeem Jeffries said 3 days ago, when the Democratic Party gets back in power, we are going to arrest every Trump supporter and imprison you, and that's if you're lucky enough to live.
As people who are flirting with the Trump administration or doing the bidding of the Trump administration or engaging in the pay-to-play schemes of the Trump administration, the statute of limitations is 5 years. Donald Trump and this toxic administration will be long gone, but there will still be accountability to be had.
Yes, we learned.
I don't even know, like, shouldn't that just be the Dems messaging? I mean, he has no res. Like, shouldn't you be preparing for a world where that's the case? Maybe you wait. Like, wouldn't that do well among Dems or among like Dem/independent? Is like, this is a criminal administration doing illegal things.
To claim that we're the liberals.
Yeah, no, this is such a washed bit, dude. Oh my god.
All right, Sean Johnson's over here at my house. We were going to work out today, but I had a bunch of stuff going on. And right before he...
Well, the most important thing is people like...
Yeah, it's very... I guess he just... Dude, does he still have a studio? I don't understand. I guess he does.
that we've ever seen.
What a blessing. For me, it's like a fog lifted, but it was like a veil lifted off, you know? Incredible. Best product that I've purchased so far.
It clears the brain fog where you're actually...
It's so awesome that they're explicitly talking about brain fog now. It's just like obvious fucking COVID symptoms.
Able to focus more clearly.
Let me tell you something. I'm walking without a cane. I take 1 pill a day of the ivermectin with the methylene blue, and I gotta tell you...
We love the methylene. We love blue, don't we, folks? Folks, we love it.
What a blessing. I am so blessed.
It is a miracle, and it's been proven for 100 years.
It's been proven for 100 years.
One of the most...
That's such a funny idea. Like,
well-proven drugs out there. My kids take it. My wife takes it. Everybody takes it.
My kids take it. That's like the modern, you know, like the scene in fucking Downfall when, like, is it Gable's like wife is like forcing the kids to take the, like, the modern day right-wing version of that. He's like forcing the kids to, like, just a drop of the methylene blue, just a drop.
I used to have to pay, what, $10,000 a week?
Right.
To get it in my arm, and
She's injecting methylene blue in her
to get
arm.
it pumped in my system, and now I can take 2 pills or drink it once a day,
Right.
and pay what? I don't know, $40 a bottle of it.
Depends on what
And
the
it's-
sale
and
is,
it's-
yeah.
And it's helping me to have a quality of life that I didn't have before, that I have now. And I got to tell you, what a blessing. I don't care what anybody says. I know what it's like with it, and I know what it's like without it.
The fact that, like, placebo effects are real really does just, like, cook our capacity to understand health. Like, the fact that if you just, like, believe something is gonna help you, it does have an effect in general. Like, the consequence of that is just so... Yeah, it's great. It's great that, like, doctors' offices are alienating and expensive, and if you have, like, especially any level of obscure medical problem, you'll just get a bunch of doctors being like, it's fine, I don't know what you're talking about. And then you just have, like, partially as a result of, like, a concomitant effects of a fundamentally broken, like, genuinely unhealthy society. And we just have a bunch of people who are like, all the scientists are wrong. Me, who has never actually done any scientific inquiry into this, I have pills that I can sell you. It's fucked up that our brains work in a way that like actually works for some people, to have, like, it objectively provide some sort of positive effect through a placebo effect. It's been proven for 100 years. They were doing... That isn't actually... What is... That's not colloidal silver, right? You guys were saying that. Medication used in the management of treatment of I'm not going to pronounce that. Hemoglobin decreases its ability to carry oxygen. It's a salt that's used in... It's literally blue... They're selling them blue dye. That's awesome. They're literally like, I thought they dyed it separately, but it's literally the dye. Sorry, I didn't realize. Everybody blue. Oh man. Countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. Is this good? This was today. Is this a good thing that they're... Heinous assassinations and other acts of political violence have dramatically increased in recent years. Not a series of isolated incidents that does not emerge organically. That's funny. That's what all the conspiracy guys are saying too. Instead, it's a culmination of sophisticated, organized campaigns. That is like both sides of the discourse are very uncomfortable with recognizing the fact that America is a fundamentally violent society. And then if you give a bunch of guns to these people, even the people who are like relatively speaking doing fine as far as the kind of social standard of what fine is, you know, like Tyler Robbins, he had a trade job, he had friends, he had a girlfriend, he went outside, he had hobbies. It's like America is a fundamentally violent society. Yeah, people are just very uncomfortable about that fact and want to mobilize the effects of it in a way that, you know, implies a shady conspiracy behind everything. Yeah, I think it is reasonable, like the conceiving of conspiratorial thought as like a mode of understanding the world, like which is separate from merely like being able to say sometimes, oh, this was caused because a group of people got together and it made this conspiracy. Like conspiratorial thought makes that conclusion with an absence of evidence. It's unable to make a structural analysis. It has to be a conspiracy, and we have to identify it in order to understand it and stop it. Yeah, I think that is a productive way of understanding, like, because you know, like conspiracy theories hate the term conspiracy theory because they're like, it's a conspiracy fact. There's a lot of like literature on this in like political theory. I looked at it for my thesis, and it's all just like fucking stupid. But I think that it's like Popper is the first person to make this analysis about conspiracy theories, that it's a mode of thought that is fundamentally irrational. His conclusions and why it happens, how to fix it, are wrong because he's Popper, but I do think that he's on the right track. My thesis was on QAnon and conspiracy theories and why people believe them. It's a combination of sophisticated, organized campaign of targeted intimidation,
I am gay.
weed, and estrogen. Wow, thank you. And violence designated to silence opposing speech, limit political activity, change or direct policy outcomes, and prevent the function of a democratic society. New law enforcement strategy that Adorno's stuff in the occult applies really well as well. Yeah, absolutely. People like being able to see, have threats in their lives be perceptible and easy to understand. Having to analyze the structure of a Byzantine, incredibly complicated society is too much. It's easy to just say like, it's this group organized with this group, and therefore we just we get rid of the groups and then we're good. It's why people turn to astrology as an example, because it's easier to think, like, the idea that you are completely at the whim of this Byzantine top-down economic structure where you are a rounding error, like no one cares about you enough to produce like a reasonable safety net, is a very like especially petty bourgeois fear. You're just at the whims of the market. You're not a big enough capitalist firm to like have any effect on the inputs and the outputs of your firm. That idea is really scary. So the idea that like, well, my fate is actually in, you know, secured in the clouds. Like the stars determine my fate. There is this system that makes sense, that can be reasoned with and understood, that determines what happens to me. And like for queer people, it's like their version of religion a lot of the times, because religion is alienating to a lot of queer people. Because religion also serves that purpose for a lot of people, but astrology and Christianity are not antithetical, right? People have this as sort of association, but like the main person who consumes astrological content in America is like upper middle class fascist wine mom. Do you know what I mean? There's a reason for that. The astrology mill, the for-profit astrology production is for that person. These campaigns often begin by isolating and dehumanizing specific targets to justify murder. I see. So they're attempting to connect, again, a conspiratorial thought. It's so crazy. You can't. It's hard to do this analysis properly if you yourself are just like constantly doing conspiracy theories, because you're like, well, the motive thought that they're. I don't know what's going on there. The motive thought that they're thinking about is perfectly fine. But it's just what they're banking about is not acceptable. It's much harder to conceptualize why people... Anyway, they do so through a variety of fora, including anonymous chat forums, in-person meetings, social media, and even educational institutions. These campaigns then escalate to organized doxing. What is this a reference to? Where the private or identifying information of their target is exposed to the public with the explicit intent of encouraging others to harass. As in the case of several ICE agents... I see. So they're attempting to connect the acts of violence with resistance to the... I mean, I guess we already knew that. Campaigns are coordinated and perpetuated by actors who have developed a comprehensive strategy to achieve specific policy goals. Doxing, I say, the use of the phrase doxing, is that like podcaster presidency moment? Like, that's like an internet term, right? Like doxing. Am I crazy? Like, surely that's an internet term. Maybe that's like the only context I've seen it in. Yeah, so that's insane. Saying like they're doxing ICE agents, which is a part of fucking... Their common recurrent motivations and describe themselves as anti-fascist. As fascists to justify and encourage acts of violent revolution. This anti-fascist lie has become the organizing rallying cry used by domestic terrorists to wage violent assaults. Oh, it's okay. I'm Bottleneck Loser.
I had no
Saber,
idea.
thank you.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Follow Bottleneck Loser if you don't on Twitch. She's cool. We love her. How do I do this? Shout out. We are looking at the new Countering Domestic Terrorism. Is this a press release? Presidential memoranda. The United States requires a national strategy to investigate and disrupt networks, entities, and organizations that foment political violence. This comprehensive strategy, law enforcement will disband and uproot network entities. So it is just a form, it's conspiratorial. Everything is connected. It's all a movement. Strategy includes the investigatory and prosecutory measures set forth in this section. Investigate potential federal crimes relating to acts of recruiting or radicalizing, political violence, the violent deprivation of any citizen's rights. Okay, this is non-government organizations residing abroad or with close ties to foreign governments. Okay, I don't. National Joint Terrorism Task Force. This is like just, I guess, just fundamentally an extension of Patriot Act's discourse. Identify and disrupt financial networks that fund domestic terrorism and political violence. This is like, they're going to attempt to like destroy Trans Lifeline or something. Any group or entity whose members are engaged in activities meeting the definition of domestic terrorism, which in this case is like doxing ICE agents and preventing ICE from doing their quote-unquote job, where its designation as a domestic terrorist organization. Are any libs talking about this? Like, it's just no one gives a fuck. Like the two, like the late night show libs. Is the liberal discourse, is the Democratic Party saying this is actually not good? Like, what was the... Is it Kimmel? I always fucking mix them up. Well, they've been trying to do this for a couple days at the very least. Where was the Kimmel coming back thing? Oh, this is long. Maybe we won't watch all this.
Just joining us, we are preempting your regularly scheduled encore episode of Celebrity Family Feud to bring you this special report. I'm happy to be here tonight with you. It's been overwhelming. I've heard from a lot of people over the last 6 days. I've heard from all the people in the world over the last 6 days. Everyone I have ever met has reached out 10 or 11 times. Weird characters from my past, where we are not airing tonight, by the way. Sorry to meet them. Eventually, cheer.
Did he not say anything about it? That's so awesome. There's no, like... That's great. Arsenio, Kathy, Wanda, country. Can you imagine? I mean, it is like insane. Like maybe targeting Kimmel, like he's the like least offensive. He's the most unassuming like part of the talk show lib. Cause like Colbert got like taken off. Colbert would have done something so maybe. I don't know. Maybe they all just don't give a fuck.
The Germans are like, come here, come loose.
Yeah, so then Malcolm McKelly, where was he? He was deported to a country that he has never been in. Was he not?
My boyhood idols, Howard Stern and David Letterman, were very considerate and kind, and I feel honored to be part of a group of people
They're
that
attempting
knows
to.
what goes into doing a show like this. And I also want to thank all of you. Make your voices heard so that mine can be heard. Maybe most of all, I want to thank the people who don't support my show and what I believe, but support my right to share those beliefs anyway. Imagine Connell, Rand Paul, even
We're
my
still
old
doing
pal
this.
Ted Cruz.
We're still doing this.
Oh, wait, no, not that.
The business said.
I've ever said this before, but Ted can't speak freely, then he can't cast spells on the Smurfs. On to speak out against this administration, and they did, and they deserve credit for it, and thanks. For telling their followers that our government cannot...
Here, when I look.
Sunday, Erica Kirk forgave the man who shot her husband. She forgave him. That is an example we should follow.
It's just, no, it's cooked. The whole country's cooked. It's cooked. It's over. Like, no, there's no...
If you believe
It's cooked. It's cooked.
in the teachings of Jesus as
We're cooked.
I do, there it was. That's it. A selfless act of grace, forgiveness from a grieving widow. It touched me deeply, and I hope it touched.
Well, I mean, the fact that any of this was on someone like Jimmy Kimmel in the first place kind of does imply we're cooked in the first, you know, like...
And if there's
cancel the show again,
anything we
exactly.
should take from this tragedy to carry forward, I hope it can be that, and not this. So thank you for listening, and I'll have more to say when we come back.
That was funny, the reaction to that on the right. People were saying that that's like... Were they saying that that was like a Protestant thing? Like the Fuentes thing was, he hated it, which I was honestly surprised about. Because that was very controversial, wasn't it, among the right? Hold on, let me find it. Who are late night shows for? Like 50-year-old lib boomers. I want to find it. Hold on, let me find the clip of that.
I say this with the deepest humility possible. Deepest humility possible. But Erica Kirk goes up there. First of all, she declares herself the CEO of the organization. Is that really appropriate? I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. I don't think that an organization, a big
Eric Andre should interview Erica Kirk. Yeah, she just like gets like Nickelodeon
political
gags.
organization that's traditional, how is that consistent with those values? All this talk about biblical values, the values Charlie Kirk defended, now we have a female girl boss. And maybe that sounds disrespectful in the moment, but it's what it is. She's now going to become the CEO. That makes sense the week that he's killed in a year. Does that make a ton of sense? Not so sure. And she gets up there and she says she forgives the killer. Now, once again, I say this with the deepest humility. How she responds to this is her right. It's not even my place to say it's her right. Of course it's her right. It's her husband. It's the father of her children, of course. And like I said, I cannot even imagine what she's going through, and I pray for her.
How many people watch Fentez? It's pretty big.
And God bless her. God bless her and her children and her late husband.
He's probably, I would say he's probably comparable to Hassan.
But she said she forgive the killer. And this I have a problem with. A lot of people responded to this.
I mean, I guess I realized like yeah, he's got like 20, is it like 20,000 plus on Rumble? He's finding a way of like positioning himself outside of, I guess, the mainstream right wing.
And it was a controversial remark. And a lot of people said that was weakness. People said, and I think I understand that reaction, people said, we're being murdered and we're so eager to forgive. And other people responded to that and they said, well, there's no tension there. They said,
I would say that Hassan and Nick Fuentes are, in terms of like reach, are becoming comparable figures. Fuentes recently, at least.
Because we can forgive on a personal level.
I don't know. I think that's a reasonable. Maybe not necessarily in viewers, but I think that that's.
While also pursuing justice on the level of government. In other words, we can let go of revenge and pain and bitterness on a personal level, while also pursuing justice for the good of society, for the good of the perpetrator and their victims. Because God is not just merciful, he's also
the norms respecting Groiper.
But I would say that both of these positions missed the mark. This was my thought on it. She either meant what she said or she didn't. And I find both to be problematic. She said, I forgive the killer. And everybody applauded, and this was the shot heard around the world. That's actually a horror. I mean, shouldn't say it that way, but this was like the big line. I didn't say that to be funny or glib. This was like the big line of the night that everybody was talking about. She said, I forgive the killer. And I heard that, and I sort of said, that's not right. And I'm going to tell you why. What was taken from her is her husband, but also the father of 2 young children. And also up
does Vosh shit on his chat in the same way?
And potentially
That's cool.
50, 60 years, maybe more.
Is this a thing of like Vosh is yelling at them for being libs?
Of memories, of support, of love, of everything. Think about the magnitude of what was lost. This was a young couple. They would have had more kids. Think about how many days where they kiss each other before they go out to work. Think about how many late nights where they're taking care of each other. Think about how they grow old together. Think about how the father is there for the children when they meet their first, when they go and have their first day of school, when they go on a first date, when they go off to college, when they get married, when they have children of their own, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, weddings,
I don't even know what he's
all
talking
kinds
about.
of different things. Think about the magnitude of what was stolen from these people, stolen from Charlie's mother, from his sister, from his wife, from his children. And this guy had to be the light of their lives. This is an ambitious, remarkable, energetic, charismatic guy. And it's not to say that we don't mourn the loss of anybody, but this guy was the center, the rock of his family, his extended family, his colleagues. People looked up to him. He mentored people. Like, this was a solid guy.
It's so funny. Fuentes is such a slimy individual. He's so shameless. The degree of bouncing on it he has for Charlie Kirk. Could you imagine like zooming this back to me in like 2019? It's like, this is what Fuentes is talking about. How Fuentes is talking about Charlie Kirk in 6 years.
The loss of anybody, but this guy was the center, the rock of his family, his extended family, his colleagues. People looked up to him. He mentored people. Like, this was a solid guy. He could have been the president, man. Think about what was stolen from him and everyone he loved and everyone that loved him. It's been 11 fucking days. If she meant that she forgave him, and I'm not mad at her, but if she sincerely forgives him, I don't know. Is there an accounting of that loss? Maybe it just hasn't set in.
That's awesome. That's so cool. Like Fuentes trying to cook up new. I don't know what happened in the chat. Trying to cook up new reasons to like flank the rest of the conservative movement to the right, and like the thing he thinks of is like they're not respecting Charlie Kirk enough. The guy who like would send his fans to Charlie Kirk events to like troll him about mass immigration. We saw that clip of the guy who was like, you know, you went to Israel, Charlie? Like, I went to Israel as well. I love it. Like, my favorite thing about Israelis is how much they dance. I love dancing Israelis. Do you love dancing Israelis, Charlie? Like, just doing that for like half a decade. Yeah, that's awesome. Times are changing. They really are. I pay attention to Fuentes because I think he's a smarter. Like he's not like a fucking Machiavelli genius. He's just someone who like knows what he's doing, which like for the recent, like right, which is like the only possibility of Fuentes surviving politically now. He had to have known what he was doing. Like given all of the shit that he was in, like in terms of, you know, like other right-wing influencers are like Alex Jones, like Laura Loomer, Benny Johnson. Like I don't, that's a funny group of people for me to think of. Matt Walsh, like they're dumbasses. They don't know what they're doing. It's just they have like an audience of like bang pigs who are insane in the way that they're insane. Doesn't Nick Fuentes have his own puppy girl? It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible. Yeah, no, it's very possible. Yeah, that's a funny take for him to have. Oh man, that post. This post is doing too well. The fuck my straight chungus live is getting too many likes. It has 1 million views. That's too many views. My thing. No, it's very funny. I need to know if it's bigger than mine. I can't tell if he was fucking with me and that he was like immediately not interested. Because I messaged him like, hey, I thought the questions you asked me were inappropriate and I don't want to, I'm going to cancel. And then he said, good. And then I said, good. And he said, yes. I don't know. Maybe it's just because like it's like ESL guy. Yeah, I was. Anyways, no, the date did not happen. I'm not stressing over it. If I was stressing over it, I would have stopped messaging him right here. I have content brain. I was like, this is hilarious. So I had to keep going. I like this is like the opposite of a size queen. So I've seen I feel like on like the Tinder subreddit, which again, yes, I go on insane subreddits. I like seeing insane people's opinions of insane things. And you'll have like a woman on there who's like, it has to be at least 6.3 inches. That's where my cervix is. I need that for sex. If you don't have that, I'm not interested. But I've never seen like the opposite of a size queen. I think that's like a really funny concept. I don't want to hear the word size queen. If that's too much for you, you fucking snowflake. What, you can't deal with gay culture? It scares you. Wokeness scares you. They have lolcow subreddit. I can't say that I care about lolcows. It just makes me sad. The thing about lolcows is that, like, a lot of the people who like them, it's like the, I think is that an Anime Serbia tweet? I can't remember who did it, of like, when you're like the second least autistic person in a room, and like the most autistic person is like, you know, you lose your mind about them, even though they're like very slightly different. Like, that's all lolcow stuff is. It's people who are like, and you see this with like guys whose entire account is like trying to make fun of like trans women on Twitter. It's like, that is the like, I've said this before, but that is the like, I don't care if you broke your elbow guy as an adult. It's like, he can't, like, he has a sadistic urge, like, as like a lot of people do, you supplement it in different ways, but he has a desire to make fun of people, but he can't make fun of quote unquote normal people who are of like a certain higher social standing. So it's like, who is the easiest target I can find? Like, who's the most who's the most
Is that a brown bear?
Sunbuns, thank you. Negatively spoken about group of people on the internet. I mean, you can really see when someone like that, like, their image of every trans woman is like someone who has never been outside. But you can see when they try to run into like any trans woman who's had a service job, it's like you start to develop a bit of a mouth, you know what I mean? Like, there's a reason why trans women are very good at being messy. And it's always funny to see that interaction. I would also say like that there is a very gender difference here, insofar as like typically when men are attempting to do violence to someone else, like, which this is all like a recreation of like middle school, high school interpersonal trauma. When they do that, they're violent to people. Like, it's, you know, you don't have to come up with a good insult. You just say that he's a nerd and he's gay, and then you shove him in a locker. Whereas like the socially acceptable form of violence of like for women is being catty. It's being rude. And you can tell when someone has like internalized the male form of socially acceptable violence, and is like, but like can't be violent on the internet. So they're like, I'm trying to think of something that's like the meanest thing to say, and it's just like not, like, you can tell when someone's been like a mean like middle school girl. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're good at it. And then yeah, as a trans woman, you develop that when people just say mean shit to you on the street all the time, and you're like, well, you know, it's a self-preservation mechanism. When people are good at being mean, a lot of the times it's because they had to be at some point, or they perceive that they had to be, to survive in a social context. And yeah, it's so fascinating. A lot of the lolcow stuff is like, how can I do violence to someone over the internet? It's like, how can I find all the details? Because it's like, you can't knock people down a peg with your words. And the only way that you can do so is by invoking a violent like system, right? It's like, oh, I bet you're gonna die because you're a minority. I don't know, it's very telling. And like, it's a reason why like transphobia technology has not been updated for the past like 10 years. It's all the same once. I feel like I didn't talk about being trans on Twitter for a while. I mean, I feel like I don't think about it that much in my regular day-to-day life. Except for instances where I like have to tell someone, you know, because it's like, well, but I've been more open about it recent, and it's the same. It's the same that they were hitting me with in 2019. And it's like, really? We haven't. Because the point isn't about being like witty. Like that's not how. It's the like I don't care that you broke your elbow guy. There is nothing like less hurtful to me than like what I can only describe as like ranked competitive transphobia. Like again, a guy whose entire account is doing it. Like remember hate raids a while ago? Like you get like transphobic hate raids of like you're a man or whatever, and it's like the bot thing. So there's like it gives the notification or whatever. Like that doesn't, you can't say shit to me because every time you say that, I think you're the like, I don't care that you broke your elbow guy. It's like, why do you have to develop this amount of time into it? I think that a lot of the energy is gained there from like recently transitioning trans women who don't go outside and who are like, I'm going to argue with people on the internet. Like you haven't developed the proper mechanism to like not really care about that. Yeah, like the transphobia that hurts is like the guy who is cool and who is well liked and actually goes outside, who looks at you and is like yuck, and then moves on with his life. Like that's the one, but you can't recreate that on fucking the lolcout Reddits or whatever. But yeah, anyways. That's life. It's almost like you don't want to tell them that it's not working, but it's like they're not gonna listen. You think that type of guy is gonna be receptive to my feedback? No, of course not. They're gonna think it's like, well, it's because it's working. It's like, exactly, man. Exactly, man. That's tough. Anyway, that's life, I guess. What else is going on? What was I talking about before this? Yeah, there's a reason why like the kiwi farms, like a lot of the people who get kiwi farmed are like originally on the forum. It's because it's people who are like slightly above Christian, but are like, well, you know, if I have a feeling that this guy's kind of like me in a certain way, I'm just gonna like project all that. That's what projection is. You find a part of yourself that you hate in someone else, and then you can attack it outside of yourself. Because then it doesn't make you feel bad. It's like, well, I'm not doing it. So it's like, it becomes less a thing of like someone who's punching down and is just like slightly down. You know what I mean? I was watching the Fuentes video. Yes, I was. I can't remember why I go for this. Subreddit of insane posts like the Tinder size screen lady. Oh yeah. r/conservative is a funny one for me. The classic is small dick problems. But I think it's gotten less bad recently. I mean, that's like there's the whole Comptown bit about small dick problems. It's actually quite sad. Because a lot of the times it's guys who like would just do fine, but then have like psyched themselves out. And yeah, they have the big dick problem sister subreddit of guys who are like, my steak is too buttery, my lobster's too juicy, or I got it wrong. I got it the inverse. r/neoliberal is a funny one to read, because like, would you believe neoliberal is just now all against Israel, and they've just like pretended that this was always their position? Like they've just it's like, oh yeah, it's fucked up that they keep lying about and bombing Israeli civilian targets. Yeah, this is a classic. This is a classic Nick Fuentes.
Everyone always talks about who's taller. So
I'm taller.
Yeah, he's clearly
taller.
Well, Nick's 7 foot, and I'm only
you're
like
walking
6'9".
you're walking on the curb right now. Can't the chat can't see where you're walking. It's not, you're walking on the curb.
So
He seems so happy. Honestly, he's smiling in a way that I do not see him smile.
Me and Nick were hanging out last night. We come home. Yeah, everyone.
Which is very funny. Found a genuine connection. Yeah. Wish he could live his truth. I mean, he could do whatever he wants. I'm sure he's doing it privately, bro. That's the unfortunate thing, is that, like, as you're probably all aware, white people are evil. And so there are a certain amount of, like, you know, kind of like femboy, queer, who are like, Nick Fuentes is still based because he's one of us. You know, he's secretly gay. So he just has, like, we had that, like, a couple weeks ago. There was that, the lady who's also a femboy, I think, who was like, are you another Brit who loves Nick Fuentes? And I was like, sorry, girl. No, that is not. It's a thing. It's real. Anyway, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account and get a free subscription that you can use on me. It's much appreciated. Thank you all for the donations and the money. Thank you, Jared Houthi Traplord, if they're still here, for the gift subs from before. And also Hollow Watcher. I don't know if they're here for the 100 a while ago or a couple days ago. That was really crazy.
I am gay.
Intimacy, thank you for the Prime. Comically large cigar. That would be cool. Honestly, yeah. I feel like a cigar would be. I'm sure it's like. No, haven't I smoked? I have smoked a cigar. Yes, I did. As a teenager, I was like, this is sick. I think my friend had one, and I was like, cigars are weird. Like, you're not supposed to, like, suck in. You just, like, hold it in your mouth. Is that true? There is something very, like, homosexual about a cigar, though. Yeah, you're not supposed to inhale. I think that's probably why I liked it, if we're being honest. I was like, but I want to suck on it. And they're like, don't, that's bad for you. And I'm like, but... Like, I think Adorno was correct about that being like a sublimated homosexual thing. I'm just the only one who's willing to admit it. I love that the Norm Macdonald's oral fixation joke.
I know to smoke.
I'll smoke it for you if you want.
No, no, I'm trying to.
I just figured it would be rude not to offer you a light.
It's nice, but I'm trying not to. And I feel if I
sitting there with a cigarette,
I feel if I took one puff. I have an oral fixation, my doctor tells me, which is not good.
How did he know that?
I was sucking his cock.
You know, horses, 2 hours in a harness. Yeah, no. Anytime I can, I'm like the Norm Macdonald librarian. This reminds me of a Norm Macdonald bit. The best conservative comic, Norm Macdonald, R.I.P., which is not good. Estradiol, thank you. No, I feel like I could definitely get in the... I smoked cigarettes in university for like 4 months and then I got bored of them. I think I'm like too ADHD to develop a substance abuse, which is usually the opposite. people with ADHD are like, it was some insane statistic I saw of like 50% of people diagnosed have like a substance abuse at some point. No, smoking is bad for you and it's a waste of money and it makes estrogen less effective. You people can't do anything. That's crazy, can't be real. You're right. Probably not. It's absurdly, you are absurdly much more likely to get, I think that relates to like people with ADHD are like much more beholden to habits. Which means when you have good habits, it like really helps you. But when you develop these kind of really bad emotional regulation techniques, I'll just scroll my phone, I'll have a cigarette, I'll have a drink. You get really stuck in it and it's hard to break out. No, it's not good. I do feel like I'm in the pipeline because I feel like I'm like Norm Macdonald here. Like I want to chew on something. It's like a good stimming thing. Good smoke. Way to quit smoking is by moving continent? Question mark? Don't worry about it. Liberal fixation confirmed. Which is not good. I should become a toothpick curly. The way I compensate is just by doing something with my hands. Like I have these like ear plugs and I've just been like popping them. Well, you guys will see how I'll spin. Just bite your nails? Yeah, my dad did that. And it makes your nails look gross. Like biting like the cuticles. It's not good for your a lot of people at Turning Points, Kenneth Owens, a lot of people at Turning Points USA have contacted me, and it turns out that Charlie himself had concerns about the money at Turning Point. More specifically, where exactly all the money was going. I love, Candace Owens is so funny. Because, like, I mean, at least according to that TMZ article, like, they have not, like, Candace Owens is not a direct line with Charlie Kirk for, like, 2 years. Like, she's not connected to this. For a little while, it looked like Candace Owens was like the one person who wasn't gonna like grift off his death. But then she was like, no, just kidding. I knew him personally. Here's some private. Remember when she posted private text messages of Charlie Kirk texting her probably like fucking a decade ago. Power lyrics like Kanye West Power. That's awesome. Yeah, no, she is like an insane person. Absolutely. The right-wing cultural context is so depressing. Like, Trump too has created like a group of like very beautiful, quote unquote, normal, like conservative, like blonde conservative white women who are like, I'm a schizo. I love going on poll. Do you know what I mean? Do you know that brand of like Trump 2 influencer? It's like so it's like, look, who are we fucking kidding here, guys? That's not like, oh, you know, don't get seed oils. Like, not even Dasha. Dasha is like a slightly less pathetic version because it's like you can see that she's got some stuff going on. Like, it's like I'm trying to think of like a single one of their names because it's just like a type of woman that like you forget about immediately after seeing them. Like, and they have like the Trump look, like the Trump, you know, like a Kayleigh, Kayleigh sort of type of lady. What is the one like Emily is America or something? Emily Saves America. I know that's one of them. You know, it's like this type of lady. It's like, you should be an IG model. Like, this isn't, you're not a political media personality. Forgive me for the sexism. If you see what type of incredibly racist shit, you know, these ladies are saying, you would be... I'm defending myself against people who don't exist. Followed by Microzine is killer. Yeah. The Microzine fallout.
Your backyard is beautiful.
Butthole sunning.
What was that? Oh my god.
And this is another one of my practices. I don't always talk about it.
I can't see
but
it,
it's well known,
but I don't want to show it.
Your sphincter or your butthole is one of the most sensitive or thin mucous membranes in the body. 30 seconds of sun on the butthole is like 8 hours of sun outside with your clothes on. You're giving yourself a nice energetic electrical.
Well, no, there isn't any butthole. There's no nude. You just saw his like face,
and so,
or his body. Like, it's the upper body. You saw a hole? No, you didn't.
Your backyard is beautiful.
Oh, let me see. No, you didn't. You're lying to me.
And this is another one of my.
I'm getting better at this. Of like just not getting baited by chat. There was some thighs and there was a chest. It was on Instagram. There's a reason it's on Instagram. Hitting the shoot dance with Charlie. This is awesome. I fucking love the Ignition remix. White people love remixed Ignition. I will say, as a white person. But it was very, yeah, it was very funny.
I am gay.
Shadow, thank you. You know, Candace let Charlie Drew. Yeah. I mean, that was they were posting. Candace posted that photo of Charlie Kirk, messaging her Kanye lyrics, and it's like, you know that he's not putting like N star. I feel like it's gratuitous, you know, like white leftists love doing this where it's like they see like black conservative and they're like, that's an Uncle Tom, you know, and it's like, I don't know if you could be talking like that, white leftist. But Candace Owens is like especially egregious. You can't be talking like that, white baby. Yeah. Well, yeah, especially funny considering the fact that they kind of distanced from each other, because like Charlie was like, she's too insane. Anyway. Let me find the TMZ thing about that. So we can think of it more concretely. Candace Owens. Can someone link it to me? I'm trying to find it. Am I hallucinating it? What the fuck? It was a little while ago. Not talks. Maybe they deleted it. Surely not. I cannot find it. Taken down by Kimmel, yeah. I don't know what this is. What I remember is it said that they hadn't had a direct line for years. Like they had no direct communication line for years. Which is presumably someone from Charlie Kirk's circle being messy. What else has been going on in politics? Trying to think of, I bookmarked a couple of things. They're so close they didn't even communicate. That's true. They're twinning. They just walk, you just walk over. It's like your bestie's house. You just show up. You don't need to text about it. That's so true. Is Twitch handing out bans for Charlie Kirk jokes? Oh. Let's see this. Robinson made contact with police 6 hours after shooting.
Charlie Kirk's accused killer, we're learning, reportedly made some sort of contact at some point with the police, not far from where investigators found the murder weapon.
That's awesome.
Suggesting that he was perhaps going to retrieve it. We're still learning exactly what this interaction with police and this suspect was. Law enforcement sources telling Fox Digital that Tyler Robinson was apparently on his way to that spot. Remember, he wrote about that, saying that he wanted to go back and get the gun. And this was about 6 hours after the shooting.
I do love the implication that they just didn't get him. And the cops let him go. There were like 6 cops on the scene. And he did text about trying to go get the gun, and then there was a squad car there. Most idiotic. I don't think that he gets the most idiotic chaser award. I think it's much worse than that. I mean, I guess that's consistent with the official story. It seems like one of the main takeaways as well is how late the cops, or how late the FBI actually like released any sort of information on the killer or on the shooter, because like they arrested some random other guy who's I believe it was like an Arab man. Who was like a Charlie Kirk fan. They initially arrested, and then that was the tweet. The tweet where Kash Patel was like, "Ladies and gentlemen, we got him." Was like about that guy. They went to his house to arrest him. Yeah. Oop. That's awesome. That's so cool. So I know that there was like, we watched like as it developed when it was happening, there was like actually very little communication between the feds and the like local or like state Utah police, because the Utah police had a press conference where they were like, still don't know who did it. And they were like, well, the reporters were like, well, what about the statement by Kash Patel that they've arrested the guy who did it? And he's like, not at liberty to comment on that. So I don't know. That makes sense to me. The report that a 30-6 bullet. Well, because that was TPUSA guys, right? That was one of the TPUSA people saying like, just got off the phone with the surgeon. He told me that Charlie's bones were so strong. He was doing so many shoulder shrugs at the gym. This is awesome.
That raises a larger question. I mean, we have and I include myself, we have got to stop demonizing each other.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, I think most of that right now in our country's history is coming, from the right, coming from people who want to dominate. They want their point of view.
Was Comey indicted?
From history. That doesn't make it go away. We have got to stop with the finger pointing and the scapegoating. We can have legitimate disagreements.
Right.
This is so awesome. Like, they need to stop having her on play show. Like,
right? I mean, how do you provide quality, affordable health?
in what context is having Hillary Clinton on to talk about current events ever going to make anything?
Care to everybody. Let's figure that out. How do you deal with what's going to be job loss from AI? Let's get working on that. That's what we should be doing, but we should do it in
She does look like she smells like sulfur. Yeah, very demonic.
Reality.
Right.
That's awesome. Comey just got indicted, I've been told. Yes. What are the specific charges for Comey? They're just, I mean, Trump is just, why does her eyes have commas? Yeah, she looks like she's been off the adrenochrome. Yeah, the charges are Trump derangement syndrome. The charges are, it's so cool that it's Comey's fault that Trump got elected. Do you ever think about that? Like, Comey did the fucking email scandal on Hillary, like, right before the election. It's like the two people, Comey and Biden, have helped facilitate, like, an incredibly awful American political context. But, like, and it's not, and you don't want that, and it's bad, and we don't want it to happen. But they did get what they deserved in a way that, like, if that didn't happen, they wouldn't have gotten what they deserved. You understand? Like Biden doesn't deserve the legacy that he could have had, which is like caretaker president, that like defeated fascism and then he stepped down. American Cincinnatus. He could have had the legacy, but he decided not to, and instead, like, decided to try to run for such a long time. But the same with Comey, like, yeah, imagine, like, ensuring that fucking Trump gets elected. What a moron. Yeah, let me find I like this. Attorney General Bondi and prosecutors have reservations over charging James Comey. What are the specific charges? Because Trump wants his political enemies to be charged. It's so weird. Like, even in I use the phrase functioning liberal democracy as if like that's not like a fucking oxymoron. But this does not happen in other Western level democracies. Like, this is a level of reach that's absurd. For that standard, and it just doesn't matter. There's no civil society, which is like the real kind of like the thing that really properly is that if you could conceptualize the how democracy functions outside of like rigid institutions themselves, civil society just has nothing to say about it in America. It is too tired. It's American liberalism is just a completely failed political project. They completely fucked it up, and they didn't have to. It was 3 really easily avoidable mistakes, I think, which is 1 is Hillary, 2 is Supreme Court, with Peter Ginsburg, and then 3 is Biden. He's a completely, like, it's so easy to view Trump in general as inevitable, and then Trump too as well. And, like, the just domination, the packing of the courts, but, not the packing of the courts, the Republican dominance in the courts. Incredible. They're as inevitable, but they're not. They're incredible own goals. What was the second? Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and the fact she didn't step down before Trump. This is the storm. I mean, could you imagine a fucking... It's the first one is Hillary, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and then Biden. Completely avoidable mistakes. Yeah, this is... Could you imagine being like a QAnon guy? It's like, you don't even need Q. I'm honestly very surprised QAnon hasn't come back. I assume it's just because the Watkins duo, father-son duo, is just like too afraid. Because they got real scared after January 6th, and then Watkins like went to Australia while running for Congress. It's confusing. I don't think they're interested in bringing it back. I can't remember who made that prediction we were talking to. It was someone who knew a lot about... I guess I shouldn't say who it is. It was something related to the podcast who made the prediction. Like, yeah, I think if Trump wins, they'll bring it back. And I was like, yeah, I think so too. But yeah, I'm surprised. It's been a long time. Maybe for the midterms, that would be funny. Because that was like, Hugh came back for a second, and he was like, you need to Pokemon Go to the polls. Which was very funny. Remember that? Remember when QAnon came back in like 2022? Oh, I was so depressed. That was such a terrible week. And then they just like Watkins, like Jim Watkins fucked it up so much that it was so obvious that it was him. Like, he was accidentally posting as Q in a message that was obviously Jim Watkins related on Akun. Oh, sorry, it was Ron Watkins, not Jim. I always mix them up. And then he just disappeared. Again, it was so funny. Well, thank God he's a fucking moron, and I guess he fucked that up so much he doesn't want to touch it anymore. Because it's like so obviously him. But I mean, I'm sure, like, literally Trump indicting James Comey is like an insane Patriots in control moment. Like, unreal. That's crazy. Oh, man. Yeah, what are the charges? Indicted days after Trump demanded his DOJ move now to prosecute enemies.
On President Trump's retribution campaign against his political opponents. Sources confirmed to ABC News that his former personal attorney will seek criminal charges against former FBI Director James Comey. Trump installed her as U.S. attorney after firing her predecessor because the predecessor refused to indict Comey, citing insufficient evidence. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the story. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. And this would be the first criminal case against one of President Trump's main critics. The president has long demanded that the DOJ prosecute and go after James Comey. And this morning, sources tell us that federal prosecutors plan to do just that and go ahead and try to seek charges going against the recommendation of other prosecutors who have found no probable cause. This morning, after an intense public pressure campaign, sources tell ABC News President Trump's new hand...
It is so funny how things shook out that, like... Yeah, that's how he's contextualized as Trump's main critic.
Picked U.S. attorney plans to give him what he's been demanding and seek to indict former FBI Director James Comey, despite other...
Do you guys remember the... What was it, a t-shirt? It was an Instagram post about like a thing written in the sand about like
other prosecutors finding their...
It was a 8647, yeah.
Not enough evidence to charge him with a crime. Will you take some questions?
And it was like they're calling to kill.
But Trump has been adamant, just days ago directing his Attorney General Pam Bondi to go after Comey, calling him guilty as hell, adding nothing is being done, and we can't delay any longer.
We have to act fast. If they're not guilty, that's fine. If they are guilty or if they should be charged, they should be charged. And we have to do it now.
Sources say the president
We have to do it now is so fascinating. Like, it's like very revealing. It's like this is the cultural energy.
U.S. attorney for Eastern Virginia, whose office had been investigating Comey for 3 months, replacing him with one of his personal lawyers.
Because Trump's approval rating, like after Charlie Kirk got shot, is like all continually decreased.
Saying Halligan would get things moving. But when Halligan reported to work Monday, sources tell ABC News prosecutors presented her with a memo recommending that Comey not be charged with the crime, saying there was not enough evidence. But sources tell us Halligan is prepared to seek an indictment anyway, that she will soon attempt to convince a grand jury there is probable cause to charge Comey with lying to Congress and obstruction of justice. Halligan, an insurance lawyer, has never prosecuted a criminal case in her career or presented evidence to a grand jury.
That's
And she's
awesome.
racing the
I'm sure it'll go great.
clock. The statute of limitations to seek an indictment against Comey runs out next week. Comey is Trump's longtime nemesis, ever since the president fired him early in his first term.
Lordy, I hope there are tapes.
Trump blames Comey for the investigation into Russian interference in his 2016 campaign. But he's also a controversial figure for Democrats, many of whom think he cost Hillary Clinton the presidency by reopening the investigation into her private email server just 11 days before the 2016 election, only to clear her days later.
That was so funny. It's so funny, dude.
The president has been demanding federal prosecutors use the criminal...
It is funny, like Comey really implied that the punishment for her email stuff is that she shouldn't be president. Like, that was the implication. There's an explicit statement he makes where it sounds like he's genuinely implying that. It's like, well, it's not criminal, but you know, the reputational damage.
Justice system to go after his political opponents, including New York Attorney General Letitia James, Democratic Senator Adam Schiff, and former National Security Advisor John Bolton, whose home and office the FBI searched last month related to allegations he possessed classified documents. While on the flip side, his administration is dropping investigations into Trump's allies, closing a probe into his border czar Tom Homan for allegedly taking $50,000 in an
It's so cool that fucking Eric Adams just got off completely.
FBI sting operation, money the White House says Homan never took. Earlier this year, the Justice Department also dropping its corruption case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams in an apparent attempt to free Adams to cooperate with the president's federal immigration agenda.
It really does just it really does just seem like the American constitutional checks and balances don't exist. They're just not real. And then like the thing beyond that, which is like American civil society. However, whatever context that manifests is just not responsive at all.
Yeah. And the president...
Any sort of like non-legal pressure from the influential people, the non-government institutions, orgs, even protests, like...
has been pardoning his political...
Are just like there's no real response. People are just fucking tired.
Supporters.
There really is. A lot of it, I think, is that it's like, well... Trump has been the president for 4 years before and he didn't do fascism, which is also like not true, obviously.
A brown bear?
Rachel, thank you. Like he did try to do that.
Like Paul Walzak, a Florida businessman who pleaded guilty to tax crimes. According to the New York Times, Walzak's mother has raised millions for Trump's campaigns, and this year attended a $1 million a person fundraiser at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club, though it's unclear what, if anything, she donated to attend. Trump also pardoning reality TV stars Julie and Todd Chrisley, who were convicted of bank fraud and tax evasion.
That's awesome.
Their daughter, a speaker at the 2024 Republican National Convention. And of course, the president issuing those sweeping pardons. He now serves friends of the president, pointing to businessman Devin Archer, a former...
Yeah, it's great. What are the, like, so it's lying... It's lying in Congress, is the claim? Or lying to Congress, I assume relating to the... Is there specific concrete claims related to that, or is it about just the Comey investigation in general? I wonder what are the charges. You can see a Zin in RFK's teeth. Is that what a Zin looks like? I can't say that I've ever... I thought a zin was like gum. Ugh. I think that's just like residue that collects, like just like it's like a tumor, you know, like it's like a weird, just like grows in his body. It's just mucus that is like hardened. That's a zin? Okay. What is a zin? So zin is, I thought it was like a nicotine gum thing. Oh, it's like a pouch. I see. I see. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's hilarious. Yuck. Yuck. We don't like it, folks. You put it in your lip. I see. I see. I see. It's not like gum. I thought it was just gum. Nasty. That's like the worst way of doing nicotine, right? It's like, why don't you give yourself like tooth cancer? Well, I guess smoking cigarettes you can also do that, but it's like worse. He does zins on stream? That's crazy. I mean, bro, if I was streaming 10 hours a day, I would probably also be doing zins. Zins are nicotine gum as cigars are to cigarettes. Interesting. Like it's, or the inverse? Like they are the cigar version? He's a Zinfidel. No, there's the cigarette version. The grand jury evaluates charges from the state attorney, so Comey's been indicted for specific incidents. I see. I see. Let me turn this up. It's a little quiet. Can't stop yapping to vape. Gotta switch to Zin. I feel like I'm worried about, like, I could get addicted to vapes. You know what I mean? It's like so much easier to do. Like I need to I stay away from those. Yeah, it's insane that, like, at least in Canada they really did just get rid of like cigarettes as a common thing. And then it was just like vape was just immediately fucking replaced it. Just like, I'll change the title, something Comey related. Comey innocence. Yeah, vapes just completely ruined that. Like, it's so common in high schools now and in like Canada for kids to nicotine vape. Yeah, I love that like Bondi didn't want to do the charges. Because, like, I don't know. I know Trump is, like, there's the context of Trump's, like, very overtly, like, illiberal, so I don't want to say, like, authoritarian demands. Like, the behind the you know, prosecutors are never, the law is never blind, justice is never blind. There's always outside influences that judges, prosecutors are thinking about, or judges are thinking about in terms of legal deliberation, and that's like the main thing that they think about, especially in overtly political contexts, when making their decisions. Something state of exception, I guess. That ambiguity is required for the state to maintain itself. But like, these are like very fake charges, right? How much of that, like, Trump pressure of like, you need to deliberate in the way that I want or I'll be angry, could create like a fake case. Even like, you know, passing a grand jury. Like, how, what do we think? I know I'm supposed to be the one who knows politics. That's the kind of the point of this. On this one, it's more of a, I'm opening it up to class discussion. In high school, I had like an English class that was supposed to be like in like, it's like grade 9 or something, that was supposed to be like integrated into technology. And the thing that they were trying to do was like, you use like the internet to research. It's like, because this is what the future of research is going to be. Which, especially now is like a horrifying concept, and they've switched completely the opposite. Like, the only thing we did all day was just play Clash of Clans. And it would be like, yo, bro, do you want to play with my cock? Like COC. And I'd be like, I'd totally play with your cock, bro. And then you just play, like, that's all that happened. But I remember I had one test. It was like an English test. It was like about the Industrial Revolution in social studies. How old am I? How old do you think I am? And like the questions were like, it was really weird because she just said like, go and research on the internet about the Industrial Revolution. And all of the questions were like, what was the average age of a child who worked in the mines? And it was like A, 5, B, 6, C, 7. It was like, how are you supposed to find... It was a very, like... Actually, the thing I was thinking about is someone asked a specific question about the Industrial Revolution, and she literally said, Google it. She was like, Google it. That's the point of the class. That's the point of the structure of this class. 6, 7. Fuck. Wow. I just remember that being so insane. I can't remember, like, that's me though right now, is like, what does this mean for the future of democracy? Fucking Google it. I don't know. This is the technologically integrated classroom. She said she's younger than Spencer. It's the inverse. Spencer is younger than me. I am 27. Isn't Spencer 25? I can't remember. Maybe he's 26. I'm 27 years old. I'm Unk. I did grow up in Vancouver, and then I went to Ontario. I lived in Kingston for university. I went to Queens, and then I came back to Vancouver. Don't look at day. Thank you. Get me on that stuff. Well, you know what the stuff is. You know what this stuff. Everyone knows what this stuff is. I could get you if it's poop. Yeah, it's poop. No, it's estrogen. It's adrenochrome, yeah. Adrenochrome, ivermectin, matcha lattes. Both of my parents do just look younger, especially my mom. My dad hit like Serbian twink death, and now he looks like a Serbian, like a Russian mobster. But my mom looks like a decade younger than she is. People always say like, "What's your skincare routine?" And it's like it's genetics. That's the unfortunate answer. Yeah, and methylene blue. I love drinking blue dye. That's so funny. Somebody's been fucky with my head. Looks like it's shaped weird on the thing. I don't know what's going on. Like my skincare routine. I mean, I do sunscreen, and I was also really depressed in my early 20s, so I didn't get a lot of sun damage. That'll definitely help. I remember I got like laser hair removal on my face because it was just like very black, wiry facial hair. It's the Turkish, folks. It's the Turkish genes. And laser hair removal is good with contrast. It's a lot if you have darker hair and lighter skin. They can crank it up because it targets it based on color. And I did it during the summer, and it was just like Vancouver. It was like really bright out, and she was like I don't know, like, is it a good idea to do it in the summer? And I'm like, I don't go outside. And she's like, make sure like genuinely wear like SPF 55 sunscreen, like don't go outside. I'm like, I'm not getting exposure to any sun whatsoever. And you know, it's great. I don't have virtual anymore. I can't remember why I brought that up. Oh yeah, no sun damage. Now I just put SPF 55. It's 55 plus, and it's made for your face. On my face every day, and I do not tan, absolutely not. Both my dad and my sister tan like crazy. I told this story that my youngest sister, who's exactly my height, by the way, it's very funny. Like we are like neither of us are taller than the other one. Which makes me think I just didn't have a very strong puberty. Or something like that. I don't know. But she tans a lot, and she had a job being outside in the summer, and she went back to school, and her friends were like, that spray tan is way too dark for you. And she was like, that's just my skin. But I don't tan, I burn. I did not get the tanning genes, unfortunately. Sunlight. Did I look at Jewish Eric Adams? I would love to look at Jewish Eric Adams. Was he at like a synagogue? And he was all decked out. Like he had like did he have like the yarmulke on? Like his Rosh Hashanah fit? Oh, that's goated. Oh, that's killer. That's so awesome. He got that shit on. Wait, that's so funny. That's so awesome. No, when he does have the fucking, he has the fucking, is that like fucked up? Like you're not supposed to, is that a yarmulke or is that a separate, like is that a distinct head? That's just, hat is not the correct word. Headpiece? What is the term I'm thinking of? Drip or drown. In the cap. Distinct head. And that's so awesome. I love it. I can't remember what I was talking about. Someone interrupted whatever I was talking about because of Jewish Eric Adams. It's so cool, like he's still doing it. Like he's not dropping out. Or do they want him to drop out, or do they want him to stay in? Because presumably, I mean, he's gonna like Cuomo's gonna lose anyways, but I guess a crowded field is easier for Mamdani. I'm sure whatever Felix's tweet was is very funny. Russia has produced a photograph of King Solomon from their ancient vault. That's very funny. That's very good. Russia's oldest vault. They want him to drop out, but he refuses to. That's so baller. It's the same with the Republican candidate. It's too late now, right? When is the date for that? Is it November? At a certain point, the ballots get made, and you can't take it back. Eric Adams eyed by Trump for Saudi. Why? Okay, you know where he really wants to be. What do you mean Saudi Arabia? Come on, you know where he really wants to be. Come on, like really, Saudi Arabia? You couldn't bring him to Istanbul. First class to Riyadh just doesn't hit the same way. Turkey's how many he actually has a reason now to make a stop in Turkey first. The Istanbul to Riyadh. Jeddah is the Istanbul of Saudi Arabia. The lion is Istanbul of the Istanbul of Saudi Arabia. It's got to be the lion. I don't know what they're calling it. Is that Jeddah? The Lion City. Like, is it just actually called the Lion? Like, I don't. It's Neom. President Donald Trump directs the enforcement of death penalty laws in the District of Columbia. What's this for? Is this isn't a continued encroachment on, like, Columbia, like, DC municipal governance? Seek death penalty in all appropriate cases. What are the appropriate cases? Protect our nation's capital. Enforcing federal capital punishment. Like, I don't understand what the legal... So previously you could not receive the death penalty in Colombia. But now you will? Is this like federal... Because you can get killed on a federal charge, can you not? They can kill you off of a federal charge. Directing the use of capital punishment in our nation's capital is a critical tool for protecting public safety. President Trump has promised his administration would take over the horribly run capital of our nation. Ensure the cash... Does it just mean nothing? Like, it's an announcement? It's just a like, this is non-binding, is it not? We're trying to go after the teenagers who mugged big balls. Yeah, in that like, well, it's probably just like he's just trying to buy like a horrifically small amount of weed for a horrifically large amount of money. But then we're like, this guy's fucking big balls. It's big balls, everyone. That's so funny that he came up again as a story. This is interesting. 10 more questions with Zoran Mamdani. How many police officers should New York City have? We should sustain the number that we have right now, and that's what's critically important, is to ensure police are able to do their jobs. Okay. To nearly every failure of the social safety net, our vision is that when we create a Department of Community Safety that would prioritize responses to the mental health crisis, which this isn't a new thing from him, right? A new law prevents renters from being forced to pay broker fees. Do you support the law? I support that legislation. Zoran is interesting with how much he's embraced like YIMBY stuff, because it completely short circuits like all of the abundance guys, because they wanted to facilitate like they wanted to draw a narrative about NIMBYism that like a lot of the Bernie left, the left of the Democratic Party, left wing of the Democratic Party beyond that, are essentially like, because they're dumb, I guess. I'm pretty sure this is the reading for my are supporting like wealthy like NIMBY landowners because of like, you know, their dumb irrational populist politics. attempting to make it like, I guess, a partisan issue, which like YIMBYism and NIMBYism is just like not a thing that you can split into left and right, because like there are many different reasons why a person would oppose construction or lack of construction. Like there are a lot of different political reasons that could lead a person, especially who's acting in accordance with their own interests and not like just having like a vision for what society would be like ideally. There's a lot of reasons for someone to do that. President Trump sends National Guard. What are 3 specific steps you would take in response? This feels like a question to like a quiz in high school. Like, what do you mean 3? Like, I have to come up with 3 of them? Like, this is like a you know what I mean? That's such an unusual... Like, is this like he's asking them to mention 3? I don't know how that works. The first is to preemptively hire 200 lawyers to ensure New York City returns. The second is to echo the words of my colleague already in government. It made clear it's not something the New York City needs. Third is to follow the example that we've already seen of the importance of partnership. Mayor of Los Angeles and California, the Attorney General and the Governor came together. All right, federal budget cuts could hurt New York City. If local cuts are needed, what's one program you would cut? Language efficiency and waste and fraud has become coded in some ways as they are of the right. One of the key things in ensuring people have faith in local government is that they have faith in the ways the budget is being spent. The Department of Education, oftentimes the fact is used as a pretext to justify cuts. I use that fact to state the amount of money that is being spent currently on contracts, on consulting, on staff lines that we cannot explain. This is too specific and wonky for me to have a... I'm not sure about the nature of education in New York. If you can't convince state leaders to raise taxes to pay for your policy proposals, what alternatives would you pursue? Rent freeze, make buses fast and free, and deliver universal health care. The most productive way of raising revenue is through raising personal income tax for the top 1% of New Yorkers. You know the realities that the state leaders are contending with. What is one specific alternative? The first is that when you look at the budget process, you will find a lot of the ideas that I've been sharing over the course of this campaign have precedent. Second point is that I have sat in meetings year after year where we're told the revenue assessments are one thing, and then those revenues sometimes tend to come in higher than we expected. Talking about a state budget of more than $250 billion. There's room within these budgets themselves to also ensure that you're taking steps towards fulfilling this agenda. Here we go. This is what we're interested in. In 2020, you said, we don't need an investigation to know that the NYPD is a racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. Do you think you should apologize to police officers for making these comments? These comments are not reflective of not only the campaign that I've run, but also my view on public safety and the fact that police will be critical partners in delivering public safety. Beyond every headline and beyond every caricature, what I found is a New Yorker simply trying to do the best with... I can't read. What I found is a New Yorker simply trying to do the best that they can. I know that is the case for NYPD officers. Do you still believe that now? No. These were comments that I made at the height of frustration in 2020, around the ways in which, after the murder of George Floyd, many New Yorkers felt a real betrayal on the promise. To use Eric Adams' word of safety and justice being things that could be mutually delivered, as opposed to the expense of another. If these comments were wrong and you don't believe them now, should you apologize to the officers of the NYPD? Yes. He's doing victory laps right now, and he's like, I am also sorry. I would apologize to the NYPD for saying that they're queerphobic and racist. I mean, could you not... Is this not an indication? If this is not an indication that this is around just admitting like all of that stuff left of like basic social democracy stuff of like, yeah, free buses is just not something I'll ever be able to do. And so why would I continue to hold this position if it's just like possibly a political liability? It's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Let's just do this again. The problem is we don't have enough like practical like communists and Marxists or socialists. I don't like. I mean, he was talking about seizing the means of production like fucking 4 years ago. We don't, the problem in history is we just had too many communist Marxists who, when they get interaction with state capitalist infrastructure, too many of them haven't flinched and been like, oh, just kidding. I'll just do what I'm able to do within the system. Like, you know, like, as if that hasn't just been like all the 20th century of like the reformist far left. It's like, sure, let's just make the mistake again in the 21st century, but like in an even more muted and pathetic way. So instead of like having the executive power of a major country, it's like just like a mayorship. I don't care. Yankees or Mets. Sure, fuck it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that was the Bernie position, right? There's a reason why like Bernie came into conflict with the like Vermont anarchist people in the 80s and was immediately just like, all this is useless to me and I don't want to work with it at all. Like the Bernie 2020 position was like, it was Intergemento was talking with us on the Bernie 2020 position was, what do you mean abolish the police? Every country has police. Not getting yourself iced by the NYPD day one is pretty practical. Well, I guess so. If saying I will not apologize to the NYPD gets you fucking iced, then like what are we even doing here? Also, I was under the impression that one of the major wins for John Mamdani being like a major political figure is that there was a major political figure who was saying like, yeah, no, the NYPD is an inherently racist institution. I thought that was supposed to be, you know, it's like we're changing, the culture is changing. I just don't. I don't understand. He's doing victory laps and he feels the need to update his fucking... Because I'm sure, like, again, he's a shrewd politician. I'm sure there's an obvious calculus here. Hey, Pureby. How is it going? I am excited to hang out with you soon. I hope you have been enjoying the beautiful country of Canada. Eating pizza, let's go. We love pizza, don't we, folks? I wish you guys stopped talking to me. Is that interesting? Do you think that people talk to you more in like Vancouver than in Britain? Because Vancouver has a reputation of like people not talking to each other. A lot more talkative in the UK. Really? That's interesting. I was always under the impression people don't talk to people that much. I mean, I guess a man literally asked me out yesterday just on the street. Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account and get a free subscription that you can use on me. It's much appreciated. That guy was wonderful. Yeah, that was so awesome. That was such a good I don't know what's going on my Twitter, but I just looked at my mentions and someone is doing this. I don't know what the context of this is, but I think it's beautiful to be it's so wonderful to be spoken about. In any other situation I would agree, but that's irritating, but you were the one who brought up your penis. It makes perfect sense to say, hey, while we're on the subject of your penis, drop stats. I do find this interesting how, like, trans women are, like, morally obligated to reveal everything about themselves. Just in virtue of, like, the nature of your biological sex and how it relates to your gender and how people perceive you. It's like, if you don't tell someone about this, it's like literally you're raping them. And then it's like, after that, it's like, well, but since you've told us this really revealing thing, you've just like you are no longer entitled to privacy at all. You got harassed by a guy at McDonald's? Yeah, that happens. I feel like that's a place that is like a place to be harassed, is McDonald's. That sounds right. Bro, I was asking about your transgender, but that sucks. I'm sorry. Yeah. McDonald's on the okay. The Alex Jones Memorial Transcock Database. I don't know what that means, but it's a wonderful non sequitur. I told you guys my favorite time anyone hit on me was a guy. I was on Main Street, and a guy came up to me and was like, "Do you know where the closest McDonald's is?" And like me, idiot, thinking he was sincere, I like pulled out my phone. I was like, "Yeah, like you just go south. It's like on Main Street." And he was like, would you like if I treated you to a burger? And I had to, like, I told him, like, huh? What is that? Like, I said it like 3 times of like, what did you say? And he's like around, like, this is a crowded area. Like, people hear him. Because I was just like so awestruck. And a guy who was like, would you like me to drop like, damn shoddy, you want me to drop $7 on you? You want me to make it fucking rain? Like, and I was like, I'm okay. I don't know, thank you. I thought it was beautiful. It'd work on me. It wouldn't have worked if you saw what he looked like. Apparently that's like a pickup artist thing. It's like the yes technique, where you get a woman saying yes to something. Like, hey, do you want to go over here? Yes. Is it okay if I talk to you? Yes. Do you want to go back to my place? And it's like, the idea is there's this like momentum, which is like horrific, to be clear. There's like a like they're used to saying yes to you. The nodding salesman technique, yes, but for pussy, yeah. Which is like evil. Yeah, pickup artistry is all about manipulation. It's all about like structuring yourself, like even beyond, like there's a take about like, well, pickup artistry oftentimes doesn't work and you want like someone who's still in the pipeline to like paying for your PUA stuff. But even like outside of that and like in contexts where it works, a lot of the times it's trying to frame your relationship to women as a man as like adversarial. It's this kind of like competition. You have to trick them. You have to like use all of these methods of deception to get them to sleep with you. And like that frame of reference, like where else do you get advice on how to do that except for pickup artists, right? It gets someone oriented towards even just viewing pleasure and women as like the way that pickup artists view them, which is a status symbol. If you look at like how a lot of pickup artists talk about sex and women, they're like oddly repulsed a lot of the times. They're like, it's a disgusting act. They don't even want to, like, it's the idea of being able to do it. It's like feeding your ego. It's about conquest, right? It portrays a fundamentally like authoritarian gender distinction, a violent one. Yeah, it's gay. It's honestly, it's pretty gay. In the sense of like, is that Levi Strauss talks about like the homosexuality of like, is it arranged marriages? Where it's a relation between men. It's not about women. It's like the husband has to have a relation with the father. It's a similar thing. It's like you bag a girl and you're like, damn, my homies would be like, this is crazy. She's fucking hot. Yeah, POA stuff is fascinating. It's gay, I have to get married. What else has been going on? Oh yeah, I forgot the dimension of I forgot the dimension of my tweet that was about that it's about like a woman's body or a trans woman's body, so it allows other people to be weird. This one's cool. I like this. From God's weakest soldier, and it's in Hebrew. Why is it never me? What is the Candace Owens? What has Candace Owens been up to recently? I'm sure nothing good. Is she still talking about like mole people coming up from the ground? Yeah. What has Candace Owens been saying? Well, she wasn't talking about mole people, but she was saying that like a trap door opened and that maybe that was where the real shooter was. Like that's the Charlie Kirk version of the grassy knoll. What is a reverse vampire? An association with a reverse vampire. I was making a joke about the second shooter stuff when it happened, but of course, like everything, all conspiracy theories are just a repeat of previous conspiracy theories. Her saying I have a right to think is so awesome. Yeah, that's baller. This is a crazy way of advertising. It like looks like it's like a like makeup brand shot, and then it says Candace Owens unfiltered premium content and official site. It's such a weird like generic paywall. What's the Eric conspiracy? Probably JFK. That's really the first one. And like, you know, for good reason. Could you imagine if like JFK happened now? Like the president shot and then the guy who shot the president is shot. It's fucking insane. Like, yeah, that's going to like... I guess the protocols, yeah. No, you're right. I was thinking of distinctly American conspiracies. Yeah, the protocols are probably... Which is telling of like the culture, American culture, that it's like the most evil culture in the early 20th century of course, like Russian reactionary. Yeah, Dreyfus Affair, yeah. But that's like, I'm trying to think of like contemporary conspiracies and where they come from. I was thinking of it in that frame of reference. But you're right, yeah, there are conspiracies before that. Real conspiracies, how the F do they keep cheeseburger prices so it's Arizona iced tea. What's going on with that? If Arizona iced tea can be $1, why is a hamburger fucking $7 now? Really makes you think. Anastasia surviving is a good one, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The can got smaller? I see. That's fucked up. Arizona IC is using Talmudic dark magic. Yeah, like the thing in isn't that so insane? Fuck, I'm blanking on the specific game. Wolfenstein. Like the Wolfenstein lore is that like the Jews did magic and then unlocked a bunch of like secret technology, and then the Nazis stole all the secret technology. Like it's literally like Talmudic secrets unlocked a bunch of like insane, which I feel like you shouldn't do. I understand the point is like, well, Jewish people are powerful. They're strong. That's not the lore? What am I thinking of? Did I just think of that myself? You should not think about the implication of its settings. No, it's the lore. Okay. There is a very like woke ally to that, you know, of like accidentally affirming an a problematic stereotype, but it's like, but the stereotype is good. Yeah, Frank Herbert does a similar thing. Canonically, the Bene Gesserit, who are like the secret society that are like influencing, you know, their plans are measured in century, they're influencing all politics from behind the scenes. You know, every institution has this like advisor, which is a member of the Bene Gesserit. They explicitly learned from the Jews. Like canonically, they were like, we got to take the notes from these Jewish people who are like doing the thing that we're doing or that we want to do. In June, in the, I believe it's the 6th book, there is a planet of Israel, and like there's an Israeli planet, and it's like secret, and no one else knows about them. And in the lore, like in the book, it literally says like they practiced Judaism the way that they would have 15,000 years ago. So all of the religions have been jumbled up. They've all come together and convert, you know, the Orange Catholic Bible. It's like Zen Sunni wanderers. It's like, except Judaism, which is exactly the same. It's Frank Herbert has such an incredible mind. Yeah, it's awesome. Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you could connect it to your Twitch account and get a free subscription that you can use on me. I'm a little tired today. Folks, we love Amazon, don't we? And if your mom has an Amazon account, you can connect it. Mordecai, thank you.
I am gay.
Dear caller, low energy live. Yes, sleepy live. I recorded a podcast before I went live on the Rapture stuff. Hassan is watching South Park on stream. That's awesome. They didn't mention Charlie Kirk at all, right? Holsky, thank you for the prime. Because they're cowards. They're absolute cowards. What happened to the rapture? Did it happen? It's very possible. It's hard to say. Trump Empregarch? That's cool. Is it Elon? Who's impregnating Trump? Did they bring back Caitlyn Jenner? Because that was like a classic character. Like Buckle Up, Buckaroo. Remember that? Because remember she killed someone while she was like, was it texting and driving? There are some people freaking, didn't see anyone generally freaking out of the rapture, only ironic people. Yeah, it was mostly like, I said the ratio is like 1 to 1,000 people, where the 1,000 is people who are like, oh, rapture tomorrow, haha. And then there's like one Christian who's like, I have been getting prophetic visions in my dreams for the past year. And I will disappear tomorrow. And it's like this really fucking intense video. It's not so much that like that random pastor actually fooled anyone. It's just that there is always a certain amount of evangelicals in America who think that the rapture is about to happen. It's a very American thing. Millenarian or whatever. The idea that you can predict the rapture and that, like, this isn't in the Bible. None of these words are in the Bible. Of like, that the rapture will happen before the 7 years of tribulation. It's also ambiguous about like what's going on with like being 7 years. That's also, I think, a millenarian thing. He went into hiding after he fucked it up. That's funny. Well, good for him. Good for him. Did you for leftovers for watch? There's a lot of leftovers coded stuff in the rapture content. Like, you had Christians who were like, after the rapture happens, like, you know, the government's going to try to trick you. It wasn't aliens. It was God. And presumably they had watched the leftovers and been like, what the fuck? This is obviously God. Like, is this how people are going to react when the rapture really happens? You know, in brackets, in my lifetime. Revelation is, yes, the concept of a rapture is like selective interpretation of like you will be lifted up towards God or something. It's just like Christians in general are obsessed with their like I told you so moment. They're obsessed with it and they desperately want to be able to be like, there you go, you know. Fuck all of you. You guys have to leave and you have to like, you don't get to like go to heaven. I mean, like you have to talk about how you were wrong. It's a very QAnon coded thing. Or maybe it's just the inverse. The QAnon is very... One of the most annoying people of the planet, leaving behind all the party people. Yeah, it would be a good time. It's like the parties in the Matrix or whatever. Like, isn't there like a city in the Matrix of the people who are free, and the city's called Sodom and Gomorrah? This is the vague impression I have from watching it like a decade ago. And it was called Zion, and they're all just like partying. It's gonna be like that. Leaving your clothes is so cool as a concept. Like, I guess you're no longer material, presumably. Rapture is a sanitized version of extermination fantasy. Yeah, I guess so. It's like a clean cut, like. It's also like very Protestant idea of like you will be rewarded in this life for your faith. Why would anything go with you? What if I like my clothes? My my like hot pink Playboy pants I have on right now. They're awesome. It rocks. I would want to bring them to heaven. Same with my glasses. I can't see. My favorite is the people they think the dogs are going to heaven. Which I presumably there isn't actually any sect of Christianity that thinks that non-human animals have souls. Maybe they think like, well, they'll just like, it'll be a representation of them and you get to see them in heaven. Um, all iPads go to heaven. I think minions go to heaven. Probably, I guess probably not. I guess it's kind of, I guess they kind of ontologically baked in that they're going to hell. Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect to your Twitch account and get a free subscription. You can use on me, much appreciated. Etc., etc., all that stuff. The minions are Shia? Makes you think. Are they like 5 or 12 or like are they? Not them, thank you. Iranian minions. That would be cool. Oh, I'm very tired today. I think I'll call it here. Which I usually go for 6 hours, but I was podcasting for 2. So I got tired early. Join the Discord. It'll ping you when I go live. Let me get a new let me get a new one. And I also posted it on Twitter. Again, the schedule Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday at generally noon Pacific time. Sometimes extra, but that's like I'm gonna try to stick to at least doing that. Because I assume I will get more people showing up if they know the specific time I'm gonna show up. Yeah, I'm very sleepy. Alright, the surfs. I'll see you all on Sunday. I don't know why I said it like that. Sunday. Alright, goodbye everyone. Thank you for tuning in.